Marbles! Sorry. I got really distracted during the countdown, and, so I switched to the scene, and then realized I never turned on my microphone, and never turned on the captions, and I'm here now! I was getting really distracted because I had Twitter up, and I was looking, and there was a trending item that caught my eye, and the trending item was Buff Bagwell. Let me say hi to people. Hi Lord Portico, and hello Mobius, and hello Key Squared, and hi and welcome, and it's good to see you all. You have your temporal event in the UK, so time's back to normal. Woo! I'm happy the time streams have aligned. Anyway, on the Twitters, I say this as though I wasn't like on Twitter within a year of it launching, because, you know, I say it as though I'm an old who was old at the time of Twitter's launching, and I mean I am an old, but whatever. On Twitter, one of the trending topics is Buff Bagwell, and if you're not at all familiar with wrestling, which, let me tell you this, I had neighbors who were friends of ours when we were growing up. Like, they lived around the corner, and we could just, like, hop the fence to get into their backyard. They were super fans of wrestling. I don't know if it had anything to do with the fact that their family was Mexican, and there's the big, like, luchador tradition in Mexico, or whether they just found American wrestling absolutely spectacular, which at the time, it was during that period of time when people still argued over whether it was staged or not, whether it was scripted or not. Like, now we know it's completely fake, but back then there was still doubt as to whether it was scripted or real. But so Buff Bagwell was one of these wrestlers back then, and I honestly didn't pay a ton of attention to wrestling. I think I shied away from it mostly because I found the wrestlers really, really attractive, and I didn't want anyone to know that I found them attractive, so I shunned wrestling as a thing that I could enjoy, because I wasn't enjoying it for the sport of wrestling itself. I wasn't enjoying it for the performances. I was enjoying it for looking at all of the hot guys with no shirt on. And so I don't know a ton about it because I would always absent myself from conversation. I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to it because it was one of those, like, if I pay too much attention to this, people will realize I'm gay things. But anyway, Buff Bagwell was one of the wrestlers that I found attractive, and he was smacking people around on Twitter in defense of a trans wrestler, and I think it was absolutely amazing. And he stood up and just said, hey, look, I'm not going to take any shit, and you're not going to be on my timeline if you are attacking the LGBTQ community. He said he stands fully behind the LGBT community, and I was just like, yes! Apparently, his Twitter account has existed for a while, but was being handled by handlers before, and he has recently taken it over himself. And it's really cute. He's like, I don't know how to do this Twitter thing. And so he's asking, like, general questions and things like that, but he was like, no, I'm not taking any shit. You're gonna be nice to the LGBT community if you want to be around my Twitter account. And I thought it was awesome. So, if you are at all interested in seeing some of that, it is a trending topic. You learned so much about me today. The fact that anytime I really, really liked something, and it was popular, I would run away from it, and not admit to liking it. That was totally a thing that I've done, like, my entire life. Your trending topics are much more boring than mine. But yeah, if you do care to, like, look, his Twitter handle is @MarkBuffBagwell, MarkBuffBagwell. And apparently, like, people have been finding, like, GIFs of him, sharing them with him, and they're like these thirst trap GIFs, and he's like, one of his tweets from 3 hours ago, "Where are you guys finding all these GIFs of me? I can't find any on the little bottom thingy." And beside the fact that, oh my gosh, the little bottom thingy is... Boy, that's a phrase. Phrasing. He's just like, seems really technologically inept when it comes to Twitter, but he's trying so hard, and it's just amazing and really fun. I'm gonna have to pay attention to this. But yeah, like 19 hours ago, some people were surprised with my tweet last night about Nyla Rose, but I'm 100% behind the LGBTQ community. Just like... just awesome. Like, really, really... Yeah. Anyway. Little bottom thingy. Comments? I don't know. And my hair is a puffball behind me today, and, you know, whatever. I love that on camera it's more red than it is in real life. I think it's because I have adjusted some of the saturations on camera so that colors would show up properly, but then, like, so things are a little oversaturated because, like, the yellow shelves are actually yellow. And the purples and blues are actually showing up as purples and blues. And they're too washed out if I don't up the saturation. But when I up the saturation, for some reason it also ups the red in my hair. Because when you look at it under, like, normal lighting conditions, it's red, it's just more of a washed out brown. But anyway, yeah, my hair... I have not managed to cut or go and have cut my hair since August. But you can use the Streampunks decal as a color test to see how oversaturated things are. Because I tried to do automatic white balance, and then it washes me out completely as though I am a sheet of paper, and I am not that pale. I'm pale. I'm not that pale. So part of upping the saturation was actually getting a little color in my face so that you can actually see my face and it's not this blinding white void in the screen. Because automatic white balance sucks. But yeah, I did boost the saturation a little bit. Yeah, I don't understand why, because, like, the way white balance is supposed to work, and the way white balance works with a camera, is that you have a sample of something that is white. And you give that to a camera as a reference that it can then adjust all of the colors on. So if you go to a professional photographer who's using a digital camera, a professional digital camera, they'll have like a white card and a gray card that they can hold up in front of the camera and press the buttons to do the automatic adjustments to white and whatnot. And there are things in the field of view of this camera that are white, but there's no setting for me to say at this spot on the screen is where white is. Adjust. Instead, there's just automatic white balance, or I can manually adjust things based on color temperature. And my lighting in here is mostly all the same color temperature, but when I adjust to that, when I use the color temperature adjustment, everything turns out yellow. And I'm like, no, like, the lights are yellow. You should be adjusting for that. But like, I should be able to point to Super Mario Galaxy 2 here, and to the case of that, and say, this is white. Please adjust everything else around. And it doesn't do that. I can't specify this is what white is in this picture, make the automatic adjustments. And I don't know why that's not the case, because that's what you can do, like, give it a sample of white on, like, a professional digital camera. and then it knows what white is and adjusts accordingly. But for the webcams, and this is the Elgato face cam, for webcams, it doesn't let you do that, and I don't understand why. Like, if I was in Photoshop or in the unfortunately named open source free Photoshop alternative that I will not name because it is a derogatory term that they have chosen, a derogatory term for disabled people that they have chosen as the name of their product. But those, you can go in and you can do automatic color adjustment by telling it this is white, and it adjusts the whole picture. It starts with a G, Lord Portico, has 4 letters. Is also a term for like a plastic cord that, yeah. It's been around for years, Lord Portico. I think it stands for something, oh, it's the GNU Image Manipulation Program, and then they took the abbreviation of that, and turned it into their product name, and it's a good product, it just has a name that is a stupid name. Hi, Puddleglum! Oh, I mean, we started by talking about Buff Bagwell now being on Twitter, the wrestler from, like, the 90s, and defending the LGBTQ community on Twitter, and then we were talking about white balance adjustment and the automatic white balance and of webcams, and the fact that they won't let you designate this part of the picture is white, please adjust, so that you can get a good color balance on your webcam. And so then we were talking about image editors and how in something like Photoshop, if you've got a picture that you're working with and you can tell it, this pixel here is white, adjust the rest of the picture, and it will do it. And I don't know why webcams can't do that when they have automatic white balance. Technosociology? Possibly. Anywho, I did remember, once again, to continue with the Easter egg in my stream titles for Mass Effect. This is week 3, and it is there, and eventually somebody might get it, or I will reveal what it is, but yeah. I have told you it exists. The question is, can you figure out what I've been doing? And this is the 3rd week in a row where my Mass Effect stream title has included it. So I will reveal when it is done, which is not now. But you don't have an answer key, no. Auto color balance, and if you got a tan. I mean, and it's a thing, and I during lockdown, I bought a camera because the built-in one sucked so much. Because I started lockdown, and the only camera I had was the one on my work laptop. And so then I got a camera, but it was hard to get cameras at the time, so I ended up getting a GoPro, and using their beta software to use it as a webcam. And it worked okay, but I had connection issues with that. But that's actually the camera I started streaming with, I think. And so then I got, I think it was a Logitech camera. And it was fine, but it wasn't the greatest. It's actually on my computer at work right now. And when Elgato came out with this one, I switched to this one because it's a better camera, but none of them have done white balance properly. They've all suffered from the same issue, and like the white balance I was trying to figure it out, because at first I was like, well, why are violets showing up as blue? Like, royal blue. It's a freaking violet shirt. Why does it show up as royal blue? And apparently that's just a thing with camera sensors. It happens in webcams, it happens in digital cameras. They don't read violet properly, they read it as blue. Apparently purple and violet are different when it comes to cameras, and purple will show up as purple, but violet will show up as blue. And if you adjust to make the violet appear purple, everything else is off. So I've given up on that, and now I just want it to actually show my skin tone as skin tone instead of paper white. Because my skin is not actually paper white, it is very pale because I don't spend enough time outside, but it's not like a bleached white sheet of paper, which is what webcams want to do with my skin. You got a webcam the day before you all left? Oh, wow. Wait, everything's gonna go boom? What's gonna go boom? Yeah, Lord Portico, those webcams. And today, like, if I was working from home today, I wouldn't actually need a webcam, because I'm not in meetings all day, but for like almost all of 2020, I was in so many. And now, 2 years on, beginning year 3 of the every meeting is a Zoom meeting. There's no reason that every meeting needs to be a Zoom meeting. I don't even turn my camera on in meetings anymore, because they don't need my face. And I get that these are meetings that would be scheduled in person, but people in my building have not started scheduling them in person anymore, or yet. So there's still remote meetings, and they're scheduling on Zoom, and I'm like, they don't need to be Zoom. Honestly, most of these could be an email. But I'm no longer in meetings all day, every day anymore, which I was for a lot of 2020. Is your eyes really blue? That's nice. Roses are red, violets are blue. Cameras are strange and digital too. E squared, if you can figure it out, you may be onto something there. Pardon me with the coughing. Alright. I think it's time to switch over to the... I think I may have an idea about how I can make the sound switch over automatically when I do the game stuff, but I have not implemented yet. But I think if I do a multi-step on the Stream Deck, I can have it automatically mute Pretzel Rocks and automatically unmute the game source, so that when I push to switch scenes, it'll automatically switch the audio. I don't know yet. But this is something I may attempt to do in future, although have not attempted to do yet. We'll just see if Mass Effect will open before I switch scenes, though. Yeah, I think I should be able to do it. I think I just need to set up the steps, and like muting one source and unmuting one source will be two separate actions. The reason I don't know if it will work is because of the type of sources that I have them set up as, which is using a beta plugin that brings in each software executable as a separate audio source. And I'm loving it, and I have all those audio sources in one scene, and then that scene is a source in all of my other scenes, so that I have access to all of my audio sources and can control them individually. It's really nice the way that it's done, but I need to play around with my Stream Deck to see how I can how granularly I can control those audio sources, and see if I can, because if I can do mute and unmute of individual audio sources as they are broken out in this beta plugin, if I can do that, then I can do multitask, or and just by switching scenes, it'll automatically mute and unmute appropriate audio source. Wait, you literally managed to do opening credits for a game you stream once, and that was fiddly? I mean, I suppose that would be fiddly. Alright, I'm gonna pause pretzel. For now, we're doing it manually. I'm gonna switch us Mass Effect. You won't see anything yet, but let me click on worried. Because I should at least get it. I realize at the moment that you won't get it because that source is muted, but okay, now I'm getting game sound, which is good. I wasn't getting anything from the menu screen. I'm gonna have to Alt-Tab out in just a second in order to get you all sound. Alt-Tab back in, because I can't just click back in because it does weird things. Okay, hopefully you all can hear the game now. Should just be background noise at the moment. We have our 80s action hero Shepard here, who's waiting impatiently for me to do something. Confirm ship noise. Woo! Alright. What are we doing? I don't know what we're doing. I think we were in the middle of exploring systems at the moment. So feel free to distract, because I think there's still a few planets to explore. Thank you, Lord Portico, for reminding me F5 is saved. Alright, we're in Satent. Riseroy. We've explored Dorada. Naarif had a crashing ship we're supposed to save, and we were looking at all the other planets before we do that, because that's how we play this game. One job on this ship. It's stupid, but I'm gonna do it! Yes. Exit the nebula. Enter the system. Incidentally, thanks to Friday, I've spent, like, so much more time in No Man's Sky. I'm impatient though, because my PS4 save has so much stuff done on it. And my PC saves do not. And I'm like, I just want a fast rover that will take me across the planet. So anyway, alright, Krisaroy. Oh look, it's blue, and it has like a band of like frozen stuff that's not at the equator. That's okay. Nidus. Nidus lies improbably close to the red dwarf Krisaroy. This allows it to approach habitability, though it is quite free. It is tidally locked with a hot pole and a cold pole. Along the terminator, the temperature averages just above freezing. On the lee side, the temperatures are well below freezing. Nidus has developed a limited native ecology, much of it clusters, permanently attached around geothermal vents. There are, however, more advanced forms of life. Several arthropodal herbivore species wander back and forth across the Terminator as they require nutrients available in both environments for sustenance. More dangerous are the omnivorous predator species that devour the arthropods. Most animal life on Nidus has limited vision, but finely developed thermal sense. Orbital distance 0.1 AU, orbital period 0.1 Earth years, radius 4,875 kilometers, day length 0.1 Earth years, atmospheric pressure 0.84 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 2 Celsius, and surface gravity 0.87 G. Mobius, don't say that! We will go eventually, and we will go and try and make Hayden understand that we're not Cerberus. They just made our body.
Launching probe.
I've been probing all the planets all the livelong day. I've been probing all the planets, 'cause that's how you play the game. Can't you hear the probes are falling?
Probe launched. Probe away.
Strangest episode of Gilmore Girls. Don't forget to probe the bottom. Yeah. Giggity. I think I have to buy more probes before we look at the other planets. Rat. I start talking and then my sinuses are like, hey!
We have used half our fuel.
Hey, you know what? You want to use your talkie bits? Let me make you cough! It's quite annoying because I am feeling much better. I'm not coughing nearly as much as I have been. But... Thank you for the hydrate. I don't really understand. Incidentally, I had to turn on the heat just before stream. It was 18 Celsius in here, which was 64 Fahrenheit at my desk. Out in the living room, it was 61 Fahrenheit, which I don't know what that is in Celsius. Theonox. Theonox's surface is covered by water and ammonia hydrate ices, which are constantly repaved by cryovolcanic processes. The world's size and density suggests the core contains heavier elements and retains much of the heat of the system's formation. Orbital distance 0.18 AU, orbital period 0.1 Earth years, radius 10,442 kilometers, day length 69.9 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.3 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature minus 70 Celsius, and surface gravity 1.3 G. Let us scan the planet.
Probe launched.
You know, the thing that I could do is I could go get some warm tea. That might help a little. Yeah, nice day.
Probe away.
Be sure to scan the or to probe the bottom.
Launching probe.
Much probing of the bottom.
Probe launched.
Otherwise known as anal probing the planet. Yeah, I said it.
Launching probe.
Has anybody
Probe away.
watched pardon me, I'm gonna have to get the I think. Has anybody been seen any of the gameplay of Game Tunic? I've seen a couple of people playing it, and it looks so cute, and I want to play it so much, but I'm also terrified of playing it because, it just seems like it's gonna be too hard for me.
Probe away.
I think because it is, I believe,
Probe launched.
marked as like a roguelike. I tend to steer clear of those.
Probe
But
away.
it looks so cute. But at the same time, I don't want to translate the language, which seems to be part of the game. I don't know. I may eventually get it and play it. It's on my wish list. It looks really cute, though. If you haven't seen any of the gameplay of Tunic, just take a look. It's really cute. And before I read this, I am going to take a quick break and go and get some tea. So it'll be just a couple of minutes here, and I will be right back. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I have some nice warm chai now. That will hopefully help to calm things down. All right. If anybody remembers last year around this time, I also had wonderful sinus issues going on because my body does not like the transition from winter to spring. Okay, we have this lovely cerulean blue planet here called Uzine. A typical methane ammonia ice giant, Uzine has 37 moons of various sizes. Tethys, one of the largest, orbits at a retrograde, suggesting it was a planetesimal that was captured by the gas giant Gravity Well. The planet itself is believed to be an extrasolar capture as well, though millions of years before Tethys came on the scene. Evidence collected by planetary geologists suggests that Tethys was for many centuries a water world, heated by tidal flexing as its orbit circularized around the planetary ocean, once hundreds of kilometers deep, must now be frozen solid. Some have recommended drilling test bores to see if life ever developed in Uzine's seas, but the question is considered academic. Orbital distance 0.31 AU, orbital period 0.3 Earth years, radius 31,982 kilometers, and day length 15.2 Earth hours. Alright. Let us probe the blue boy. I see we're giving out points for no reason whatsoever, which is exactly how they're meant to work. They're points for points' sake. We're so close to being able to shoot some guns today. Here we have... See, this is more of a cornflower blue planet. Gaius. Gaius is another methane ammonia gas giant, very similar to its near twin Uzine. It presents a nearly featureless robin egg blue face to the universe. So not cornflower, robin's egg. Orbital distance 0.64 AU, orbital period 0.9 Earth years, radius 33,036 kilometers, day length 9.9 Earth hours. Alright, let us scan. We'll start by probing the head. Top. And then we'll probe the bottom. Ooh, spike!
Probe away. Launching probe.
So, I have scheduled an appointment with the doctor on Tuesday, but not about the sinus issues, because the sinus issues are just chronic, and I have to kind of deal with them. But I'm supposed to talk to the doctor about potential treatments for the ADHD. And now I've got a little bug flying around. What is this day? So yeah, Tuesday I'm having an appointment with my doctor to discuss medical treatments for the brain. And I'm a little nervous about it. This one's much, much smaller, but still a lovely blue. This system is full of blue planets. Henolf. Incidentally, blue planet. What is it? Blue planet. There was a blue planet TTRPG, and now there's a new one that was kickstarted that Resurgence or something like that. That is, they're doing a new one. Anywho, never mind. I'm distracting myself again. Tenoth. Tenoth is little more than a glorified ice dwarf that has drifted inwards from Chrysaroy's Oort cloud over the millennia. Its extremely elliptical orbit is ultimately unstable. Computer projections suggest it will impact the atmosphere of Gaius in a few billion years. Orbital distance 1.86 AU, orbital period 2.6 Earth years, radius 1,411 kilometers, day length 17.9 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure, race, surface temperature minus 220 Celsius, and surface gravity 0.09 G. And now I have to look because my brain is gonna obsess over this. Oh. Recontact. Yes. Blue planet recontact. Sorry. I said blue planet because there were lots of blue planets, but then, yes. Blue planet recontact by Biohazard Games. RPG. Looks really good. I hope it is good. I will have a copy soon. Incidentally, talking about TTRPGs, as I was just doing and nobody else was, my copy of Coyote and Crow arrived yesterday, and my gosh, is it massive. I haven't had a chance to actually, look at the physical copy. I've glanced through the PDF. But wow. It is a thick book.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
I think we're done scanning. I think we can save this crashing ship now. So my tea of choice today, that is in this lovely large Critical Role mug because it holds more. My tea of choice is the Tazo brand chai, which, thank you Starbucks for making me love the Tazo brand chai.
Only half our fuel remains.
Made with oat milk and heated in a microwave for 2 minutes. When we first moved in together, my husband would not let us have a microwave. It wasn't until I was in grad school and needing to make food for myself that I was gifted a microwave as a present. And since then, he's come around and uses the microwave as well. But MSV Broken Arrow. the microwave is good for certain things. There are definitely things that are better not in the microwave, but if I'm going to be making food for myself, I need a freaking microwave because I don't cook. And it's really great for like a quick heat up of enough for a glass worth of tea or a mug worth of tea. Pour it into the my Pyrex measuring cup and pop it in the microwave. Hit the quick minute button a couple times, and a couple minutes later, I have some lovely tea. Why are you giving me an angry look for making tea in a microwave? So many of the people that I interact with that live in the UK, well, okay, I mean, Scotland is technically in the UK, right? Talk about how they make tea in the microwave, too. However you can get tea. You can heat the water in the microwave. Okay, but so this is not... The tea that I am presently drinking is not tea that is made from a bag or from leaves. This is... You buy the it's a box with liquid in it that is like the tea part, and then you add milk. And so I just pour all of that liquid together and stick it in the microwave. So I'm buying a box that's got liquid inside that is already tea. Because it's tea with spices and whatnot. And it tastes different than the same brand as a tea bag. I don't know. It works for me. I used to, we used to live near a Tiavana before, goes to cry in the corner. Not suitable for audience members in the Commonwealth countries. We used to live, near the Mall of America, and there was a Tiavana at the Mall of America. And this was back before Starbucks bought Tiavana. And we would go there, and they had all these lovely loose teas, tea blends, etc. I think my favorite one was called Azteca Fire, and it was black tea with chocolate and hot peppers. Like dried hot peppers and chocolate shavings and black tea. Absolutely the best one that they had. So it was a spicy, chocolatey tea. And it was loose tea. And so we had little like tea makers that we got from Tiavana, where you take the hot water, like you put a scoop of the loose tea in the little bowl thing, take the hot water, pour it in, close it up, let it steep, and then when you're ready to actually disperse it, you pick up the whole thing, sit it on top of your mug, and it drains out the bottom. Which was really good. Hi, Hannah! Main reason why you're not meant to, but if you have no options, then meh. Boiled water's still slightly boiling after it's done in a kettle. In a microwave, once it stops, it stops. I mean, I do have a tea kettle. It is a metal tea kettle that I can put on the stove and heat up water in really quickly. Unfortunately, for the tea that I am drinking right now, heating water would do nothing but dilute the tea. So I could make this on the stove in a saucepan, but honestly, it's faster to do it in the microwave, and so I do. Because it's all pre-made tea. It's just like pre-made tea in a box, add the oat milk, and so I can pour both of them over water, or I mean over ice, and have ice, like cold tea, cold chai, or I can pour them in something, heat them up, and have hot chai, and yeah. But if I'm going for actually like a good tea, I'll go for loose tea, and with that, I'll just pour hot water over it, let it steep, and then get it into the cup. I don't do that in the microwave, other than heating the water in the microwave. Um, but I haven't. I'm too scared to order teas from like the websites. I miss having Tea Havana nearby where I could go and like smell it first, or even have them brew me up a sample in the store so I could taste it. Because I'm really finicky when it comes to whether I like it or not. So, yeah, and I think they may have closed. I haven't checked in a while because I moved away from the Twin Cities. But after Starbucks bought Tea Havana, I think they closed basically all of them, and there's not a store like that anymore. Use it to boil water for your coffee and occasionally for tea, but you're not a big tea drinker. I'm not a huge tea drinker either. It has to be spiced, like chai, or it has to have other stuff in it. Just black tea on its own, I don't like. I especially don't like American Southern iced tea. I find that really disgusting. In fact, I've never had a sun-brewed iced tea type. I've never had something like that I enjoyed. Your tea, I've had some good Rooibos, the red teas, which are entirely herbal. And when I was in college, when I was for a brief period of time a voice major in college, I became really, really, really well acquainted with the Herbal Remedies throat coat tea, which is a slippery elm bark tea. That is honestly the only way I got through my juries that year, because I had a cold at the time. You know, like sweet tea. I don't like sweet tea. I don't like iced tea. Just most plain teas in general I don't like. But if it is tea that has other flavors with it, some spices, some sweetness added, then I can do it. I generally like teas with milk in them, or cream in them. But as I said, my favorite one from Tea Havana was called Azteca Fire and was chocolate and hot peppers. So, lemon herbal tea that's lovely with a bit of honey. Occasionally, if I'm really, really sick, I will have just some, Twinings or something with lemon and honey. But that's at that point where it doesn't matter what it tastes like. I just need the hot liquid. And I, avocado? Do people really put avocado in tea? I mean, it is a fat. But how would you get it to dissolve and like turn into a... Can't even imagine. That'd be like putting butter in tea, which I suppose you could do, but why would you? But avocado doesn't melt like butter. Incidentally, if you want a good fat and you don't want to use butter, avocado is a good substitute. Spread some avocado on like toast or something in place of butter. You still get a healthy fat, and it adds some flavor to the toast without having like the same types of fats and oils that you get in butter. So I'm sure you could, but you'd probably have to blend the avocado with something to make it more of a liquid that would diffuse into the thing. Buttered, I'm not surprised buttered tea is a thing in Mongolia. That actually makes perfect sense. I have gotten distracted, and this crashing ship has been crashing for 2 weeks now. I'm going to read the entry and progress forward, but we can continue discussion of teas if you like. Also, if you have suggestions on teas that I might want to try, knowing that I like loose teas that are a blend or a mixture of things, especially chocolate and hot peppers, I would I would be open to them. The tea company that I have been to, oh, Kira remembered it and I've forgotten again. Hang on. You lost sound on the video game because I clicked out of the app. There was in the noms channel. Don't know what it was. Because it wasn't the Friday afternoon teas. It's a different company. Adagio. I've bought from Adagio before, and I know that Friday afternoon tea also exists, but I've never had any from Friday afternoon. I've only bought from Adagio. But I'm open to trying some, and moving away from just having pre-made chai that I heat up in the microwave. It's been a while since I did a tea adventure. I wish I could do a coffee adventure, but coffee and my digestive system don't work well together, whereas tea doesn't have the same effect. That said, I will note, part of the reason I don't like tea with honey and lemon is that then it just tastes like hot lemon. I tweeted the other day that my husband was making dinner and said, "I assume you don't want lemon on yours." And my response was, "Let it look at the lemon in terror and bring it to me." And that's because so many things you're supposed to end by spritzing it with lemon, or especially fish dishes. They like to have lemon on the fish. And as soon as you put the lemon on, the lemon is the only thing I taste. There's a thing, we've speculated that I may be a super taster when it comes to lemon, because anytime lemon is present, it's all I taste. And so typically on like dishes where the instructions are to spritz with lemon at the end, I don't want any lemon near it, because then it is just a dish of hot lemon. Friday afternoon makes a really good pumpkin spice chai. Pumpkin spice chai is very good. I'll have to look into that. My issue with the reason I buy the boxed pre-made chai from Tazo is because that's what I used to get at Starbucks, and I love the taste of it. The Tazo tea bag, like their chai tea bag, I don't buy because it doesn't taste the same. Yeah. So coffee, I'm gonna pin that. I will make that comment after I read this. Anomaly detected. Scans detect a rapidly decaying derelict ship in orbit over planet Jonas. Registration matches the MSV Broken Arrow. Ship's manifest notes volatile munitions cargo on board. If left undisturbed, the ship's trajectory will lead to impact with Jonas. High probability that the crash site will be Fargon, Jonas's largest human colony. Geth signatures detected aboard the MSV Broken Arrow. Oh, thank you, Portico. So coffee has a pretty high caffeine content, depending on the roast. The darker the roast, the less caffeine it has. And if you cold brew coffee, it has higher caffeine amounts. Caffeine and coffee are both diuretics, meaning that they will activate your digestive system to expel. And So I first moved away from coffee. So Broken Arrow is actually the title of the first episode of Star Trek Enterprise. And is the name of a town in Oklahoma. Thank you for that. I'm actually going to hydrate with some clear liquid. But yeah, so a number of years ago, I don't know if I can't say for certain that the coffee was the cause, but I had food poisoning, and that day I had some coffee from the break room at work. And while I was dealing with the food poisoning that was mostly coming up through the top, the dominant flavor, the flavor I most associated with the food poisoning, was the break room coffee from work. And for a year after that, I didn't touch coffee. I couldn't even stand to think of drinking coffee because that flavor was so associated with that food poisoning event. I couldn't touch coffee. Now I can have it, but the diuretic effect of coffee is very strong in me. And so if I have it, I have to have it under certain conditions. I have to have ready access to a bathroom for the rest of the day. So I don't tend to have coffee when I'm at work or something like that. If I was spending the day at home, yeah, I can have coffee, as long as I don't really have major plans, because it is a very strong diuretic effect in me that will cause me to have suddenly, urgently need to use the restroom. So I just don't really drink coffee. I have tea. Sorry, I did not know that this was going to be such a toilet-focused stream. I apologize, and we will move on from this discussion now and see if we can kill some Geth on board the MSV Broken Arrow. Things that I have learned over many years regarding my consumption of coffee. We're going to bring Thane, and we're going to bring Tali, because Thane's cute and Tali's nice. And we don't have Caden. I don't need to adjust any weapons. Oh, please tell me this is not a timed mission. Oh, we're gonna die a lot. No,
On the move.
Ah! Buttons! Yellow alert. I'm moving the ship to yellow alert. While we have seen no signs of trouble, I'm not so sure we won't run into Geth this far out. We have to be prepared for anything. I've been told it's a terrible idea to go this far out toward Geth territory, but these colonies need to defend themselves. Sometimes I think the only thing keeping the crew from shriveling up in fear is the 100 crates of military-grade weaponry on board. A little shore leave. I've never played Halo. A little shore leave when we get to the Nearuf system will do us all some good. We have a lot of deliveries to make, and it's not going to get any friendlier out there. Do you all think I would like Halo? I know it's first person, and I'm trying to get better at enjoying first person. And I've been enjoying Destiny. I'm moving the ship to red alert. The Geth are attacking! We're ill-equipped for an attack of this magnitude, but we'll do everything we can to survive this. These colonies need these weapons, and this attack is further proof of how dire the situation is out here. I know, short leave! Signing off. This will be the last entry in this log. Given the severity of the Geth attack, I have ordered all hands to evacuate the head toward the colony. Should the Geth succeed in capturing this ship, they also gain control of the 100 crates of weapons in the cargo hold. Therefore, I'm using my authorization codes to scuttle the ship, hopefully destroying the Geth that remain aboard. I intend to stay aboard to make sure the ship dies gracefully. My plan is to disable the ship's engines, thus causing our orbit to decay. This will bring the MSV Broken Arrow down to the surface, where the self-destruct timer will destroy the ship. I must be careful. If I fail, there's no telling where this ship will end up. Yay. Thankfully, the timer did not go down while I was doing that. Alright, the bypass. Circle. Triangle. Circle. Triangle. H. Beam. Got your closest... Go for the optics, boo! Got my closet cleaned and reorganized yesterday. Did it before you needed to go to bed. Awesome! Alright, we're on a timer here. Die, Geth, die! Ha ha! Metagel, Metagel. Navigation offline. Life support. Systems damaged. Hull breach detected. Local atmosphere venting into space. Wait, what happened? Oh, yeah, never mind. Engines disabled. To restore power, re-engage the power couplings. Warning. Atmospheric entry detected. Impact with planetary surface imminent. Yep, I think we had figured that much out. 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Hey, Mobius, you posted a response to a question about, like, what song could you listen to for the rest, like, on loop for forever? And it was the... I forget the title of it. I always forget the title of it because it's just a minutes and seconds thing. I was curious if you've ever heard it performed. Because I have, and it's amazing to see or experience that song. Yes, 4 minutes and 33 seconds. It is amazing to experience live. Especially to experience it live in an environment where the people attending do not know the song. Like, absolutely amazing to go into a place where most of the audience does not know the song and see it performed live. It is awesome. Stop that! Jeepers! I'm trying to do a thing here, and I have limited time to do it. Shooting from afar with my back turned. I can't jump. That's how you know Shepard's a white man. Because white men can't jump. Sparkle. Sniper rifle. I'm gonna shoot you dead. Get the frack out of here! Death. Right, where was I? Crossing. What am I even trying to do? I don't even know. Look. Y'all need to sit the fuck down so that I can draw dead. You tried proposing it as the official song of a Quaker meeting once. Honestly, I've been to a Quaker meeting, and where I was, the start of the meeting basically was a performance of that song. Although not for that length of time. Alright, look. I ain't got time for you. I ain't got time for nothing but love. I ain't got time.
One ball. Scored a hit.
And if anybody does not know what the song 4 minutes and 33 seconds is and wishes to know, I'd be happy to explain. Because if you don't know, and you do want to know, I don't mind spoiling it. You're familiar? I think by now most people know what 4 minutes and 33 seconds is. I went to a
Spread your matter to the sea.
senior recital. So I attended a conservatory for 3 years. Conservatory of music that's most well known for its musical theater stuff. 1 second. Circle. Dot dot dot. And so we had actual music majors who did either voice or an instrument or stuff like that. And it wasn't allowed to meet the requirements. Like, it couldn't be counted toward the requirements of a final recital. But you not everything in the recital had to meet the requirements, so I went to one recital. It was a piano recital that included the piece. But then they had to include sufficient other pieces to meet all of their requirements, because that one didn't meet requirements. And I believe by now it is a banned piece. They're not banned as in B-A-N-N-E-D, not allowed in recitals anymore because it was such a popular piece to include. But then again, my favorite piece that I ever saw at a recital, person who was in the jazz choir with me at the conservatory, Genevieve, at her recital, she performed a piece on the piano. It was her piano recital, where they opened up the grand piano entirely, and the piece, she had somebody who came out and sat down at the bench in her place to push the pedals. And it was performed by her leaning over the piano and rubbing the strings. And it sounded like banshees wailing. And that was what the piece was supposed to sound like and how it was meant to be performed. And it was amazing. It was a piano piece, but it was entirely performed by the performer rubbing the strings within the piano itself, rather than playing with the key. Orthographic clarification? Oh, as far as like band versus B-A-N-D versus B-A-N-N-E-D? Yeah. I'm gonna hang on to those points, I think. That wasn't even a mission, that was just, we ran across a crashing ship. I think think we go to the mass relay. I don't remember what we're supposed to be doing. I mean, we're not supposed to be doing anything. Acquire Reaper IFF, that's like one of the last things we... I think we just found a system that had no missions in it. Or no, it had crashing ship marked, but it was not even on our mission list. So we went and did that. Shadow Sea, 100%. Hades Nexus, 100%. Hailstone Rift, 100%. The Phoenix Massing, 100%. Far Rim, 75%. No listed missions, only 75% completed. What are we missing? Your favorite piece you ever performed in your high school band was a movement from Symphony No. 1, The Lord of the Rings by Johann de May. I don't know that one, but Lord of the Rings sounds fun. One of my favorite band pieces or orchestral pieces in existence is Gustav Holst, The Planets. I love The Planets. The Planets is probably my favorite suite in existence. I enjoy some Norman Delajoyo, but Gustav Holst's The Planets is definitely my favorite. Ma'at, One Planet, suddenly available. First gone, now here. Yeah, Mars is really good. Honestly, the whole suite, and then there's there are other composers who have added to it to add like Ceres and Pluto and some of the other celestial bodies that we know about now that were not known back in Holst's time. Really good. It's a symphony with 4 parts, and you played Gandalf. I'll have to look at that. What was the name? I need to jot this down. I'm scrolling back up to look at it. I don't need to post it again. Johann. Okay. Funny number 1. Oh, of the Ring. See, in high school, when I was in band, I played the oboe. Which meant in almost every we played, I played whole note B flat, 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 ad nauseum, or I played full measure rest, full measure rest, full measure rest, ad nauseum, because our band director only cared about the marching band, and so we played Sousa marches all the time, and they have no part for a frickin' oboe. So I did not enjoy band, because band for me was playing the same note over and over and over again, and a band director who insisted that I needed to go and get private lessons and learn how to make my own read, and because I wasn't doing that, I wasn't putting in enough effort, and like all of that shit cost money, and we were not rich. So I had store-bought reeds, and I learned enough from the private lessons that I did take in order to shave them so that they were better. And yeah, it impacted my ability to progress as an oboe player, but the band director literally told me I would never be good at anything musically in my life. Literally told me that my junior year in high school. And that year I had added choir. So I dropped band and went and audited yearbook and helped put the yearbook together that year. And that was the year that I went to all-state choir, which I took as an FU to the band director, who had literally told me I would never amount to anything music. She literally did not care about anything that was not related to marching band. The marching band that she directed required 5 hours after school, 5 days a week. I couldn't be in marching band because I did drama club and I worked. And drama club was at least 3 hours after school every day. So marching band was out of the question. And even if I had done marching band, I could not have marched with my oboe and would have had to play the cymbals, which is what they let the oboists play in the marching band. 5 hours, yes. It would have been 7 p.m. Portico, but yeah. Basically all of the extracurriculars at my school were multiple hours of additional time in excess of the school day. So if you wanted to be on the crew team, which crew is the rowing team, that required a 4 a.m. start for 2 hours of practice at the river, which then allowed enough time for them to get you to the school in time for the 7:30 a.m. start time of the first period classes. And then it required an additional few hours after school. And so for me, drama club is what I did. And if you were cast in the play, you had to show up a few times a week. I was stage managing, so I was there 5 days a week after school for at least 3 hours. And then after that, I went to work and worked until midnight or 1 a.m. usually, especially during Christmas time, because I worked at Toys R Us. And then would go home and go to sleep and be chivied out the door by my parents in the morning. They had to wake me multiple times and then force me out the door. And then sometimes I still had to, before I had a car, still had to oops, I missed the bus at my bus stop, run to try and catch it at where it would pass by another corner that wasn't a bus stop, but they would stop and pick me up anyway. Otherwise, had trouble getting to school. And then would get to school and fall asleep in first period because, yeah. And then I did my homework, during the, 10-minute breaks between classes, or literally in the class period before it was due, because when else was I supposed to do it? YouTube link to Symphony No. 1, The Lord of the Rings by Johann de Mai has been posted in the Discord. Awesome, Hannah, thank you. Yeah, and Portico marching band required for 2 weeks before school started, so in August, before the school year actually started, there were, for a week in August, before school started, there were 8-hour days for 5 days in a row for a week before the academic year even started. Anyway, Amut. Amut is an enormous hydrogen-helium gas giant with a mass approximately 9 times that of Jupiter and nearly 2,900 times that of Earth. Despite massive pressure, its core has failed to ignite in a fusion reaction, qualifying it as a failed star. It is believed to have captured all other planet-sized bodies in the solar system as moons or in impact events, leading to its name, Devourer. Not intimidated by this phenomena, the Geth have colonized many of Amut's moons and skimmed the hydrogen from Amut's upper atmosphere. Travel advisory: Amut is in Geth space. All civilian traffic is prohibited. Orbital distance 102.1 AU. Orbital period 1036 Earth years. Radius 92,430 kilometers. Day length 12.2 Earth hours. Alright, that cough was because I swallowed wrong.
Probe away.
Amut, Devourer.
Launching probe.
I would have liked to have been on the crew team, but there was no way as a stage manager that I could do crew and drama club. There were a couple of people who, honestly, I have no idea how, but a couple of people who managed to do crew and act in the plays. But for me, it was a decision between drama club and crew, and drama club won.
Away.
And today it's a decision between me remembering to use my rowing machine and me always forgetting everything that I need to do. And so far, always forgetting everything that I need to do has been winning. I do have the rowing machine, and I very much want to use.
Launching probe.
But making myself remember to use it has been... Alright, we have finished up this Statos, where we shall go to... Oh, and what's even better is by the time I graduated high school, all of those extracurriculars that required all of those enormous amounts of time also required that your parents pay an activities fee of about $300 a year. So not only did your parents have to commit to getting you there at outside of school hours, and you had to devote all this extra time, but your parents also had to pay for the privilege. Minos Wasteland is new, and we have not explored it. That's probably going to be where we go. Before we do any of the marked quests, because it is a system that exists that has no marked quests, and we have explored 0% of it. Personal assistance for everyone. Channel points redeemed. Fortis. And test. Let's start by... Oh dear. Oh. Well, this is going to be complex. There's no way for me to buy fuel or probes. Hopefully it's resource poor. Invictus! Home to dextroamino acid-based life, Invictus's temperate zones were settled by a Turian population that initially fell prey to a bewildering number of diseases. 2 decades after its first colony was founded, its population had reduced by half due to fatalities and a large colonist exodus. But when the Primarchs considered ceding the planet to robo-mining interests, the Turian statesman Chastina Amperos ambitiously declared that she would start her own colony and double its population within 5 years. The effort succeeded largely due to the colony's location in deserts with a minimal number of pest species. The image of Shastina's triumph in the frontier made for good political theater, and the Turian population poured in. The planet's tropical belt still remains largely unexplored, as its aggressive organic life still wreaks havoc on Turian biology. A house in an Invictus jungle is a modern Turian phrase for an idea that seems like a good idea, but only to the one who came up with it. Invictus's atmosphere is primarily nitrogen and oxygen, and its surface crust varies, but has high concentrations of alumina and silver. Because it can support life easily, criminals from throughout the Terminus systems hide out on Invictus. Its official population is estimated to be half the number of sapients that are actually on the planet. Colony founded 1939 CE, population 320,535,000, estimated 640 million with illegals. Capital, Chastinaiso. Orbital distance 1.3 AU, orbital period 1.5 Earth years, radius 7,260 kilometers, day length 31.6 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.15 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 30 Celsius, surface gravity 1.5 G. And of course it's rich.
Launching probe.
Don't want to have to travel back to another system just to get more probes to come back here so that I could probe. How few probes we can do and still make progress. Ooh, that's easy.
Probe launched.
ESO!
Probe away.
It won't be once we're done with it, yes. I'm going to take all your rich resources for myself.
Probe launched.
Odorate. You like that there's some ESO here.
Launching probe.
I do wish that this game had a different mechanic for collecting resources.
Probe away. Launching probe.
Because honestly, this is the least fun part of the game, but it is such a big part of the game. Takes so much time. I'm not going to complain about it the whole time. I do that too often. Come on, let me probe the bottom.
Launching probe.
This planet does not want me probing its bottom.
Probe launched.
Alright, Invictus? Invictus. There's a movie with that title, and I'm trying to remember what the plot is. Temeraris. Visible in Invictus's night sky is Temeraris, a planet named for the Turian spirit said to have inspired the crew of a first manned moon launch. Isn't it a rugby movie? A boiling hot rock planet, Temeraris is much hotter than its temperate neighbor due to a thick atmosphere rich in carbon dioxide and helium. Its hot surface is largely composed of boron, surrounded by a thick dust cloud. Temeraris is often struck by small meteors, making exploration dangerous. Orbital distance 3.4 AU, orbital period 6.3 Earth years, radius 3,321 kilometers, day length 66.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 15.86 Earth atms, surface temperature 131 Celsius, surface gravity 0.2 G. Mobius, thank you for quoting me. Invictus. Isn't Invictus the movie about racial integration in South African rugby? That Invictus?
Probe away.
If so, actually, regardless of whether that's the title or not, that movie is really good. And would be a very good movie whether or not you like rugby.
Launching probe.
It's a Matt Damon movie, if I'm remembering correctly. And yet
Probe away.
is about South Africa and is really well done. I don't generally like sports movies. I do enjoy some rugby. and probably one of the best sports movies I've ever seen. I believe
Probe
that.
away.
I'm gonna double check. Hello, IMDb. Tell me, Invictus. Yeah, it's the Morgan Freeman, Matt Damon rugby movie about South Africa,
Probe.
where Morgan Freeman plays Nelson Mandela. And Matt Damon plays the, for some reason, heroic head of a white supremacist rugby team. I mean, white supremacist because it was South Africa, it was the end of apartheid, the rugby team had been all white up until that point, and so, you know, the social structures being what they are, automatically white supremacist. If you've not seen Invictus, I think it's a 2009 movie. It is actually quite a good movie.
Probe away.
This is what happens when I encounter a planet named after a movie that I like.
Launching
I end
probe.
up talking about the movie. Too long. I haven't watched
Probe
Invictus
away.
in a while. I might need to watch that today.
Probe launched.
Fast probe.
launched.
There we go. I'm gonna need to buy more probes. So I can probe the bottoms of the other planets here. No fuel depot, so I'm gonna have to go to another system to fuel up so that I can come back here and probe these 4 planets. We'll go to Ismar Frontier, maybe? Fuel depot! Give! Right. And we return to Minos Wasteland. Gimme zoom. Does anybody have anything coming up this week that you're particularly excited about? We are in the Fortis system, and the first planet is Veer, a character from Babylon 5 for some reason. A pressure cooker planet with a thick nitrogen-heavy atmosphere, Veer is largely ignored by the galactic community. Probes have revealed a crust of nickel and scorched carbon, both of which can be found in abundance elsewhere, at far lesser temperature. Orbital distance 0.6 AU, orbital period 0.5 Earth years, radius 8,160 kilometers, day length 44.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 106.22 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 778 Celsius, surface gravity 2.1 G. More meetings with students? Wait, that's not exciting? Pretty quiet time of the year for you, but Moon Knight comes out this week. Thank you. I have not been paying attention. I knew it was coming. I did not know when. I'm trying to decide if I need to go back now that they're on Disney Plus and watch the Marvel Netflix shows.
Launched.
I watched Daredevil when it came out. I started watching Jessica Jones and got maybe halfway through it.
Probe launched.
And I think I watched the first episode of
Launching probe.
the one that comes after Jessica Jones, the name of which I can't remember. And I never even started on The Punisher. Mostly because they were torture. They were complete and utter torture for me to watch because
Probe
Netflix,
launched.
at the time, the pacing of their shows was so ridiculously slow.
Launching
It was
probe.
like watching Shonen Jump anime from the 90s, where basically nothing happened in any episode. The plot never advanced, and it was so torturous to watch them. It was pulling teeth for me to watch, and I just gave up. But I don't think that they're technically considered canon within the Marvel Cinematic Universe anymore, except that I do believe that in the Spider-Man movie, in No Way Home, I'm pretty sure when Daredevil showed up, it was the same actor. Although he was Iron Fist. Thank you, Hannah. He wasn't Daredevil. He was just his lawyer self in the Spider-Man movie. Sorry, spoilers. But I'm pretty sure it was the same actor who had played him in the Marvel Netflix, which would imply that those are canon, except I thought I had read that they weren't canon. I don't know. I may have to go and force myself to watch them. They're only like 10 episodes each, but they move so slow. Iron Fist isn't the greatest, and you're not a fan of Luke Cage. Luke Cage was the one that I watched the first episode of. I know Philip's roommate at law school had been a real big fan of the Punisher series when it came out. Yeah, I had such a bad experience with Daredevil and then Jessica Jones. Like, Jessica Jones, I really wanted to like it. It had freaking David Tennant in it. But even that, I only got like halfway through and then was just like, I can't watch any more of this. It is so boring. Maybe they're not considered canon, but Matt Murdock did make it was the same actor. Okay. Season 2 of Picard has been okay for me. Yay for food! I agree the casting was good for Daredevil and for Jessica Jones. I just wish that they moved a little bit faster. Which is the opposite problem that I have with the new Star Trek series. Those Netflix series moved so slowly it was painful for me to watch them. The new Star Trek shows, it started with Discovery, but also with Picard. They are so fast-paced, I don't know who the characters are. Like, I recognize them. I've seen their behavior. For the first frickin' 3 seasons of Discovery, I did not know Alowu's name. I think that's her name. But like the bridge crew there, like they're characters that have been on Discovery since the beginning, whose names I didn't have any idea what their names were because we never spent any time with them and I knew nothing about them. They were just faces on the frickin' bridge. They had lines. I'm not even sure they even told us that, like, said their names in episodes because they moved so freaking fast. Pacing has been a problem with me in modern shows. Anyway, I have been enjoying Picard a little bit. I really did not like the first season of Picard at all. I didn't like the first 2 seasons of Discovery at all either. This season of Picard has had moments that I've enjoyed. I think the last episode has been the first time where Picard actually felt like a show I wanted to watch. Despite the fact that I couldn't wrap my brain around the temporal mechanics surrounding Guinan, which David Mack on Twitter explained very well, and I have adjusted, but we'll see. I'm really hoping that Strange New Worlds gets off to a better start than either of those did. I'm hoping that I connect with it better. My problem, you're free to like and not like whatever you want. Like, I'm thrilled with people who love the new Star Trek. I personally did not care for the first 2 seasons of Discovery or the first season of Picard. I just didn't like them. I watched them because I love Star Trek, but the first 2 seasons of Discovery were so entrenched in the mirror universe, and I have never liked the mirror universe. So, infinite diversity and infinite combinations. That makes most people go cross-eyed. Well, it was more... So, quick spoilers here. We couldn't figure out why Guinan didn't recognize Picard. But once I saw an actual explanation for it, it made perfect sense. But watching it, my brain had not figured out what was necessary in order to understand why. But the why of it is there. It doesn't take extreme mental gymnastics to make happen. It's not just a fan theory. It's logically consistent within the construct of the show. And yeah, David Mack has a good... I'm pretty sure it was David Mack. I retweeted it, but a good thread that explains the temporality and the alternate universes and why. You think so three-dimensionally. Alright, this planet is Pietas. We are going to get some shooting into. Though Pietas has a combination of features that make terraforming a possibility, rights to the planet have been tied up in Citadel Council courts for the past 8 years. The running joke is that by the time the Council finally gives the go-ahead to colonize the planet, Pietas will have evolved life of its own. Home to comfortable temperatures and a mild atmosphere of mostly nitrogen and argon, Pietas could be habitable with the addition of oxygen-producing cyanobacteria. Its crust is high in silicates and carbon, allowing for easy fabrication of construction materials. Smugglers, pirates, and other unregistered starships sometimes touch down on Pietas to lay low or make repairs. Civilian travel is not advised. Orbital distance 1.8 AU, orbital period 2.4 Earth years, radius 5,430 kilometers, day length 26.5 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.26 Earth atmosphere, surface temperature 21 Celsius, surface gravity 0.7 G. Give me the rich resources. I don't know why. Every time I start to scan, I start to sing. I'm gonna sing about probing that bottom. I don't know. Honestly, I am so random sometimes.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
Ooh, do we have robots today, Portico? Yay.
Launched.
Oh, I have some self-care reminders happening in the chat. I will do them very, very shortly. Right, let us choose. Ooh. Thank you for the stretch. Also, my elbow thanks you for the stretch, apparently. I will hydrate, and if you've been with me the whole time, you know I've been hydrating a lot, so after I finish scanning this planet, I'll probably take a bio break. But yeah, thank you for the top of the hour self-care reminders.
Launching probe.
And we'll see. If I haven't decided yet, we'll see how things go. If people want to, I might go for an extra hour if Amy's going to be on, since Gax Pack is not happening. But that will depend on how I feel and whether you guys want me to go for an extra hour or not. And we'll see. But first, I'm going to take a quick bio. Feel free to take a bio break yourself, grab a drink, Use the restroom, grab a snack, do some stretching, go look at the sun. Well, don't look at the sun, but go outside and get a breath of sun. A breath of sun. Whatever. Have a quick break yourself. Whatever you're doing, if you're doing chores while listening to me or something like that, take a break. A break is good. I will see you very, very shortly. Oh, Hannah, you have no idea how many times I have noticed that. The text is black, and I keep forgetting to go and fix it. It won't be that much longer, and I will have completely different things. But yes, the text, the default text on there is black. Actually, I might be able to fix it. We're gonna lose sound for a second. Let's do it live. I know you all can't see me, but since this is the one that we are attempting to fix, let me just fix it. Otherwise, it will never happen. Have to find edit the be right back. You all can hear me, right? Stream chat. Your stream's chat. Settings. Okay, you can. Good. Color. Text settings. Pick a font. Orbitron, yes. Question. Save. Okay. It should function properly now. Look, you all say things now. I has fixed it. The question is, like, I don't know if other screens also suffer from the same problem, but one thing today has been fixed, and this is a good. Oh, I'm just realizing that very soon I will be having to, let me get my face on screen again. Very soon I will be redesigning the whole overlay experience for my stream, and little things like that. I'm gonna have to decide if they're even gonna be there at all. We're getting very close. I had a package of overlays that was gifted to me for the holidays, and the artist has been working on them, and we're very near completion. So like the starting screen and stuff like that are going to change at some point. Yay! Thank you for. I mean, it was. I could note it as a thing that needed to be fixed, but I have done that so many times and never remembered to go and fix it, or was like, oh, I know this is a thing, and then I go and I would forget which scene it was on, and therefore it wouldn't get fixed. So now it's done. But at some point in the near-ish future, we'll actually be getting a completely new set of overlays. Ooh, Equitas. Sounds like a, honestly, it sounds like a financial services firm. Equitas. Home to the famous Iron Cannon. Oh my god. Oh my god. My brain said crayons. I did start to actually read it properly out loud as canyons, but only after my brain said home to the famous iron crayons. And so now it is the iron crayons. It is 100% the iron crayons. It is not the first time that I have accidentally read crayons. We are just gonna headcanon this, gonna change it for within the Rogues Gallery. Home to the famous iron crayons, Equitas has reddish iron oxide dust, hematite, covering much of its surface, and significant blue cobalt deposits that freckle the terrain. Turian explorers have discovered hot springs in the polar ice caps, heated by magma in the planet's crust. In a strange combination of science and hucksterism, a small facility exports water from these springs, which is bottled and sold as having medicinal properties. The funds are then used to maintain a research station which has discovered some fossil evidence that Equitas once harbored microscopic life based on deoxyribonucleic acids in these springs. See, I can read frickin' deoxyribonucleic acids with no problem, but Iron Canyons comes out as iron crayons. Orbital distance 4 AU, orbital period 8 Earth years, radius 7,437 kilometers, day length 51.6 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0.49 Earth atmosphere, surface temperature minus 85 Celsius, surface gravity 1.6. I may have said canyons, but you heard cannons. Just here for coffee. Hi, you heard crayons. Yeah. I mean, we're just going with crayons. There is an anomaly here. But there's also rich resources, so I don't really want to scan the anomaly yet, do I?
Beacon trigger or universal distress protocol. Unregistered user or record damaged. Status is not known. Beacon triggered by universal distress protocol.
Fine.
Launching probe.
We'll launch the probe.
Scans have found something.
Mission. Anomaly detected. Surface scans report potential alien signatures from within the mining facility. Anomalous life signs detected. Whereabouts of facility staff unknown. But before we land, I'm gonna get these resources. I will take the palladium. It's iron cannons that fire crayons to created canyons. To create got it. It's iron crayons that shoot iron cannons to create canyons. I've messed it up again.
Launching probe.
Oh dear.
Probe away.
Steal all the water before they can export it all.
Launching probe.
Ooh, just here for coffee, maybe you know. Since you're here and you might know, I'm going to ask, do you know if Amy is streaming at her regular time today?
Probe away.
It doesn't take much to mess with my mind.
Probe away. Probe away.
Probe the bottom bit with crayons!
Probe launched. Probe away.
Great, thanks, just here for coffee. I mean, if she is great, if she's not, that's fine too. I'm debating whether I want to go like an extra hour and just raid into her. We'll see how I feel in an hour. Or whatever, in 45 minutes. Because Gax Pack is not
Probe away.
streaming today. Like, so we'll see. Depends on whether I feel like I can go longer or not. And also on how much shooting I get to do. Too many streams lately have just been me reading planetary descriptions. So, alright, let's land. I'm not spending the... You've got 2 points and nothing to spend them on. You've got 3 points and nothing to spend them on. I think we're good. We got our weapons. Ooh, it's raining! What was that? No, seriously, what was that? There's a skeleton? A husk? Why don't we care about the skeleton? Why are we not examining the skeleton? I'm confused. I'm just gonna run around. It was an unearthly shriek, yes. And in No Man's Sky on my planet, I hear that a lot, but they're harmless little dinosaurs roaming around that make that noise. In Mass Effect, however, it was a concerning noise. Not seeing anything else to pick up, and since I can't jump, because Shepard is a white man, therefore can't jump, until Shepard... Uh-oh. It is a husk. You called it, Key Squared. I shatter its bottom? I probed its bottom with a bullet, and I'm just shattering their butts. They're no match for my probing of their bottoms. If you're reading this, get the hell out of this place now! Alright, so this is definitely a horror-themed encounter. Unsurprising, with a planet named Equitas, which sounds like a financial services firm. Therefore, horror. Scheiße. I keep shooting their butts.
Incoming.
I'm like, oh, what is the frickin' red one? No, 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 no. I say no. Blue is bad enough, but red? Ouch. I don't remember how to hit. How do I manually attack you? F. Thank you, after I didn't need to do it anymore, for telling me how. I should have used the explosive containers when I entered the room, shouldn't I have? Right. Let us be prepared for the punching. And the kicking and the shouting. Don't go unprepared. Remember that F5, thank you, is your quick save option. I have saved. It's the first time I've saved the entire stream. You never know when Caden... As a content warning for your D&D party recently, you described something in a possible upcoming encounter as Mass Effect level body horror, and you appreciated that they all got it. There is definitely some body horror in this game. I enjoy horror.
Spotted.
I mean, we definitely... Ow! He freaking blew up! I did not ask for him to blow me! I was saying something, but I have lost it. Oh yeah, as evidenced by me and playing, Evil Dead and American Mickey's Alice and whatnot. I do enjoy some horror. I don't always enjoy horror games, but I do enjoy a certain style of horror, and Mass Effect is not bad. Giggity. Start. Bypass. Connect those bits, and those bits. Being blown up will make you lose track of things. Also, being blown will make you lose track of things. I don't know. I'm so sorry, everybody. I should just stop now. Horror games are difficult to recommend because you think people tend to like different things. Yeah, so like the Silent Hill games, not really my bag. And honestly, most of the horror games, like the Dead by Daylight, things like that, I'm not... I wanted to be really excited about the new Evil Dead game that's coming out, but it's styled after Dead by Daylight, where
Ahead of us.
It's multiplayer teams of 4, and PvP, and that is just not what I want. I would prefer a co-op game. I would prefer single player experience. I don't really like jump scares all that much. I definitely prefer like action combat to suspense with jump scares, which is weird because as far as horror movies are concerned, I prefer suspense. Less jump scares, but suspense. Figuring out how to suspend both the streamer and the mods from chat for timeout. Yeah, Dead by Daylight with the hooks. I can't deal with the hooks part. Alien machine discovered. Smithson's men dug out some kind of alien machine today, like nothing I ever saw. Called up some of my contacts and found out there's a market for this kind of thing. Looks like some squints over at Ilanis Risk Control are willing to part with a ton of credits to get their hands on one of these things. Far be it from me to deny them a chance to pay me. Puzzle, atmospheric, horror, yes. So, you're going to lose sound for a second because my brain won't tell me the name of it. Little Nightmares. I'm excited to play Little Nightmares at some point in time. That one looked really good. But also, like, things like The Seventh Guest, 11th Hour, American McGee's was good. But the new Evil Dead that's coming out, I looked at it. I was so excited. I was like, ooh, there's a new Evil Dead game coming out. And read about it and realized it's modeled after Dead by Daylight. And that's not an experience that I'm going to enjoy. So, I don't do a lot of horror games on stream, but I wouldn't mind doing a few more. Cooper and Jorgensen. They saw that damned alien thing glowing, and hell if I'm going near it to prove them wrong. I don't get paid enough to expose myself to weird alien artifacts. I have to admit, though, that's an awful pretty sound coming from that back room. Awful pretty sound. Little Nightmares is up your alley. Resident Evil games, really... I don't think I would enjoy the Resident Evil. Silent Hill, I would have to... I need to watch somebody play a Silent Hill game to know. It might be suspense good enough, but I have a feeling it's got too much gore for me to really want to play it. Alien Isolation seems like a game I should like, but I've just not connected with it. I haven't really enjoyed it. And I love Alien. Alien's Fireteam Elite is definitely... It's an action... It's a shooter game. It's not really a horror game. And I enjoy it. Okay. If there are Resident Evil games that are B horror movie, I would totally go for B horror movie. That, I mean, the Evil Dead game that we played on stream was totally B horror movie. And I enjoy that. Something's different. Cooper, Jorgensen, and them ain't doing so well. Not feeling so good myself either. Can hear the machine feel better. Not sure I want to let them Ilanis folk take it. It should stay right here with us. So these logs are Foreman Lawrence slowly turning into a husk. Great. You've never really thought of much of Mass Effect as horror, but because it's on the right side of your line. Nothing squishy. Half-Life was okay. Strangely, I've never played Half-Life. I own it. It's in my Steam library, but it's actually hidden in my Steam library because I've never played it. I don't even know how it's in my library. I just have, like, all of the Half-Life games for some reason. I may have to unhide it and give it a try. The early Resident Evil games, PS2 area, were hilariously bad at jump scares. Yeah. So I definitely like a certain type of horror. My problem with most horror games, so many of them, and so many games in general, when they're trying to go for horror, decide that spiders are appropriate and that really, really big giant spiders are appropriate. And I have pretty bad arachnophobia and have since I was like 2. So I don't appreciate all the freaking giant spiders in everything. Animal Crossing. The freaking tarantulas in Animal Crossing, every time one of them shows up, and I did tarantula hunt in order to get money in Animal Crossing. Every time a freaking tarantula shows up in Animal Crossing, I lose control of my character because I shudder so badly just in seeing it. I have a visceral whole body reaction where I shake in response to seeing the freaking tarantulas in Animal Crossing. They are terrifying. And that is not a game that is supposed to be full of horror. One of your personal favorite horror games is Devotion, which is by a Taiwanese developer. Very atmospheric spooks. Deals with some very heavy topics. And has one particularly gruesome. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. There's the one that was all the rage in 2020. The Ghost Hunter game. I don't remember the name of it. That one might be, like, it's mostly atmospheric horror. I haven't played it though. Phasmophobia, yeah. Which is very different than Phantasmagoria. Don't get the two confused. Phantasmagoria is very gory. Phasmophobia is very atmospheric. Alright. I'm gonna continue on here. But yeah, definitely don't confuse Phasmophobia with Phantasmagoria. I came from that way, didn't I? So I haven't been up here.
Shepard, I detect a powerful alien signature deep within the mines. It appears the device is the source of the husks. It is likely that destroying it would stop them.
Oh! Hi, Husks! Hello there! How about you die? Can you die? I want you to die. Apparently we're punching husks today on Mass Effect. Time for you to head off. Hey, enjoy your nap. Thank you for coming by. Good to see you. I don't know how long I'll go, but... Die, husks, die! Actually, Subnautica has some really good atmospheric horror elements to it as well. Go away! All these freaking husks all over my body! If you want my body and you think I'm sexy. Are they just gonna keep coming? Do I need to, like, ignore them and go destroy the power source or something? Oh, thank you. Oh, I forgot about biotics today. I don't know. Are we playing Doom now? I haven't played Doom since the very first Doom first came out. No, crap. How do I cancel that? Hope Tali isn't just stuck there forever. How do I make you regroup with? sea. Your brother played Doom when you were kids in the mid-90s. You don't think your mom knew about it? She found out that one of your brother's friends was just coming over to play Doom. Oh, jeez.
On it.
Doom was not really my bag. And Duke Nukem I really enjoyed until they made it like Doom, and then I didn't like Duke Nukem anymore. Duke Nukem was much better when it was a 2D side-scrolling platformer. Well, I guess it wasn't scrolling. A 2D platformer.
We've got trouble.
Oh, hi there.
Go for the object. Go for the object.
Yes, the 2D platformer was... That was peak Duke Nukem for me. And that was one of the best games when I was a kid. But then they went the same route as Doom, and it just wasn't for me after that. When you were working in graphics, one of the admin PCs had a Doom clone installed by your boss so he could work off his frustrations with clients during lunch. Oh, geez. Yeah, 96, 97 gaming. Oh, what was new then? I think that was one of the Ultimate games. One of the 3D weird Ultimate games. Bombs. Is this what I'm supposed to destroy? Oh. I apparently did it. I love the rock falling and killing that Geth at the end. 96, 97, that was Misty time, too. That was, like, around the time of Myst, wasn't it? Where they had the integrated, video files that were so amazing. Destroyed Reaper indoctrination device. Experience gained, credits gained, iridium found. Alright, only no new ones there, okay. I have not fed the fish today. Let's go feed the fish.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Great, thanks for that. I will check my messages in my cabin after I feed my fishes. Fishes? No, the fishes are gone! The fishes died! No! How do I get more fishes? I only did like one mission and searched lots of... Oh! Do I have to feed the fish first thing every time I log in? How do I get more fish? I need more fish. Bad. I completely forgot to feed the fish. My pet fish used to die all the time, but it wasn't because I forgot to feed them. It was because they were glass fish, and glass fish die really fast. DEFCON 0. That was really sad. I need more fish. To the Normandy. Our thanks from Raphael Colon, Governor of Fargon Colony, Jonas. Normandy crew, we received your identity from the docking data aboard the MSV Broken Arrow. We are led to believe that your crew is responsible for saving our colony from a catastrophic event. Not only did you defeat the Geth and prevent the ship from crashing into the planet in a trajectory that would have destroyed our colony, but you also saved nearly 100 munitions crates that would have been lost in the ship's scuttling. Thanks to you, we are safe and can continue the Broken Arrow's work in arming the colonies on the fringe of Geth space. On behalf of the residents of Fargon Colony, you have our eternal gratitude. I would rather you send me some fish. We have lots of little model ships. I need more model ships. I'm very sad about the dead fish now. More fish.
No messages for you, Commander.
Let's leave here because this is where the fish officially died. Alright, Tachanka, help Grunt, help Morden. Citadel, no. Done with Ilium for now. Shadow Broker Base. Help Tali. New Raphael Cologne for men. An endorsement as endorsed by Commander Shepard. Yeah. Help Jacob. Help Samara. I think we have to pick one. Do we help Jacob first? Help Tali first? I think we help Tali. Go to the Valhallan Threshold and help Tali? Sure. The fish were just sleeping! Don't sleep on their sides at the top of the tank, sadly. Rahil Leia. Oh, we got some planets to explore. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Actually, not in this system. There are actually no planets in this system. Binary star, no planets. But we have Micah and Paz. Let's go check out Micah. Two planets in the system Micah. These are purple! Pretty. I like it. Elohi. A small hydrogen-helium gas giant formed around a metallic hydrogen core, Elohi will be the site of a rare astronomical event later this year. The comet Asaro will come in on its orbit of 70 galactic standard years and travels so close to the giant that it is predicted to be captured as a moon. Dozens of space probes from around the galaxy have been launched into the Rahil system to record this event. Elohi is within the frost line of its parent star, where gas giants do not usually form. For this reason, it is believed to be an extrasolar capture. Travel advisory: a statistically significant number of distress signals have come from the 1 million kilometer mark around Elohi. Pirates are believed to be working in the area. In-person tourism is not advised. Orbital distance 0.6 AU. Orbital period 0.5 Earth years. Radius 38,119 kilometers. Day length 11.8 Earth hours. Ding, 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 ding. Come on. Come on, probing now. Find me some resources so that I can probe this planet with my probes. Yes, I want to probe it now.
Launching probe.
Literally every single time I start probing a planet, I start singing some stupid thing. I don't know why, it just happens. I'm going to try and not do it on the next planet. Only 20%? There are 4 other things to find in this system? Dumas, home to 51 moons, including a prebiotic moon Anafiel. Dumas is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with violent surface winds exceeding 1900 kilometers per hour. Like its sister planet Elohi, it is believed to be an extrasolar capture. Orbital distance 1.6 AU. Orbital period 2 Earth years. Radius 59,152 kilometers. Day length 10 Earth hours. Wait. Why are you looking at your project notes?
Probe away. Probe launched.
Come on, moderate resources, let me...
Probe away.
I really am hoping that the moderate resources will just deplete very quickly now.
Probe launched.
Oh, trying to get a sense of how much you have to do? I still need to finish my... We're 40% done. Guess in the asteroid belts? Kakabel. The second asteroid in the system formed around an element 0 core. Kakabel is another carbonaceous asteroid with a... I think they didn't expect me to find this one first. Is a carbonaceous asteroid with a surface made of hydrated minerals such as carbonates and clays. Beneath its icy surface is liquid water with some amino acids. The surface of Kakabel is pitted and scarred with strip mining stations, where the Quarians took as much EZO as possible before moving on. Orbital distance 4.2 Earth years. Orbital distance is 4.2 Earth years. Yes, 4.2 AU. Orbital period 8.6 Earth years. Radius 470 kilometers. That is tiny. Day length 68.3 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0 Earth atmosphere. Surface temperature minus 118 Celsius. Surface gravity 0.1 G.
Probe away.
You get the materials to build heavy artillery here to construct Kakabel's cannon. Excellent, key squared, excellent. Points are deserved for our Kakabel's cannon.
Launching probe. Probe away.
Yes. I'm sure we could get the requisite materials to construct Kakabel's cannon, but I'd rather just play it on an instrument.
Launching probe.
EZO!
Probe launched.
Got to be more EZO in this planet's crust.
Probe away.
Other shot and took it. Portico, we need points!
Probe away. Probe away.
Hold, please. Your points will be coming shortly, I'm sure. Alright, there's got to be a spike somewhere. We already found a Buffy. We need to find a spike.
Probe launched. Probe away.
Yay, points! Speaking of 1812,
Launching probe.
Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812 is an excellent musical that absolutely deserved to win the Tony Award,
Probe launched.
much more than Dear Evan Hansen ever deserved to. Dear Evan Hansen is a horrible musical that has wonderful music that everybody loves.
Probe away.
But the storyline, the plot of Dear Evan Hansen is not something that should be celebrated and never should have been made. And everybody loves... Damn it, I need more probes. Everybody seems to love it, but, like, no, I can't even watch Dear Evan Hansen. Storyline is unholy garbage that they set to engaging music. And so, no. But Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812 was actually really, really good. And is based on a portion of Tolstoy's War and Peace. And is just really, really excellent. So, but they were both up for the Best Musical Tony Award in the same year. And Dear Evan Hansen being popular drivel, utter schlock, with a beat that people really enjoyed, won for Best Musical over something that was a bit more artistic, let's say. But man, Dear Evan Hansen is such a shitty story, and people find the main character super sympathetic when he's doing absolute shit. Hi, Adventures of Tony. I can't support Dear Evan Hansen. The story is just crap. Anyway, I'm gonna stop shitting on a musical that lots of people love, and instead say, I got to see Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812 live on Broadway before it closed, and it was spectacular and wonderful and absolutely amazing, and I love the musical so much. Unfortunately, recently I have not actually been able to listen to it because it's a Russian author and portrays Russian characters in a sympathetic light, and I just couldn't. I tried listening to it. I love it so much, but right now I just couldn't with Russia. I think it might just be you just here for coffee. I actually have... This is the second day in a row where I haven't dropped a single frame. So I don't know what is stable about my internet at the moment, but I have not had reason for this. Farless. One of a trio of asteroids formed around an element 0 core, Farless is the easiest to mine for low-yield EZO. A carbonaceous asteroid, Farless has a trace of water-bearing minerals and organic carbon in the form of kerogen. Currently, the asteroid is surrounded by quarry and mining ships extracting fuel for the flotilla. Orbital distance 4.1 AU, orbital period 8.3 Earth years, radius 540 kilometers, day length 24.1 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature minus 116 Celsius, surface gravity 0.1 G. I know, I was concerned about raising that point, but it has been utterly surprising. And you know, for a long period of time, there were months where I was not having any issues, and then we went right back to the extreme instability. And so maybe we're back into another period of time where there won't be extreme instability. We can hope. But also, at the same time, my fingers are crossed that Xfinity will finish installing lines and that I will have a new provider that I can switch to that has brand new installed lines and hopefully will have more stability for me. Unfortunately, I don't believe they're installing fiber. I think they're just installing more copper cables. Which... Why? Why would anybody install a new copper network when fiber is what is needed? I don't understand. But we'll see as things develop what my options are.
Launching probe.
Needless to say, I have not been satisfied with my current internet service provider's service. Grab that Ezo while I can. I thought we were going to get to some story of some sort, but no, we're just going to end up probing planets. That's all we ever do, is probe those planets. Probing the planets, we're probing. Launching
probe.
That's true, Puddle. And so I would definitely consider switching to the new provider, as new copper would be better than the copper that I already have. Well, so my current provider is installing fiber in the next town over, where they do not have a copper network at all, where they do not provide service at all. They're installing fiber. Where they have an outdated copper system, they're not upgrading to fiber. They're not upgrading at all. They're not even trying to correct the problems with their current system. Instead, they're trying to move into the other town to compete with the provider that's already there. So, yeah. Because that town is where the university is. Whereas where I am is not where the university is. So, anyway. Israfil. Largest of the Ezo trio, Israfil is a silicate-heavy carbonaceous asteroid. It is home to approximately 40 species of microorganisms in its liquid water and was blamed as the source of the prion-based biowarfare agent EHE, exotic humanoid encephalopathy, used by the terrorist group Totenkopf in their attack on Gagarin Station in 2184. While many in the scientific community protested that Israfil did not have sufficient atmosphere or evolutionary history to sustain life at the prion level, the asteroid and its Ezo miners were nevertheless quarantined to reassure the public that the system's alliance was taking action. Though no evidence has yet been found that EHE originated from Israfil or was even synthesized in a local lab, the SSV Manila and a team of epidemiologists maintain watch over the asteroid's ship traffic for now. Population 1006, orbital distance 4.3 AU, orbital period 8.9 Earth years, radius 905 kilometers, day length 68.6 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure trace, surface temperature minus 100 Celsius, surface gravity 0.3 G. Capitalism is garbage, part 1024, indeed.
Probe away.
So, we'll see what happens. There is an outside group installing fiber in the area, and I've been to their website and inputted my address to indicate that I would very much like fiber where I am. Whether that will, if they get enough people requesting fiber from addresses in the area, it's possible that a fiber network would be built out here. But just like looking at the fiber services, they're like 500 gigs up and 500 gigs down, like parallel amounts. Like your upload speeds are the same as your download speeds, and they're ridiculously faster than what the copper network provides. And so it would be very good to have it. And with the infrastructure bill that was passed previously, it's supposed to provide money for stuff like that, but it's supposed to, so the federal infrastructure bill that was passed provides money for infrastructure improvements such as internet, but not for like cable companies to do it. It provides money for municipalities to build out the infrastructure. And in a lot of parts of the country, it's illegal for municipalities to build internet infrastructure because laws were passed by state governments that prohibit the construction of municipal internet. Because the cable companies lobbied the state governments to prevent municipalities from creating competition for them. So I'm uncertain how that meshes with the money being provided for that. And at the same time, so many times in the past when money has been provided for infrastructure improvements like this and has been given to the corporations that provide the services, they've taken the money and then not done the improvement. They take the money and they give the money to their investors as dividends instead of actually doing the improvements, because they're able to get away with stuff like that. So here we are in Paz. There appears to be one planet in Paz. It's a beautiful green marble named Garvug. In 354 CE, Garvug was considered a bargain world, given to the Krogan to placate them because no one else wanted to live on such a frozen rock. Technically a life-bearing world, Garvug was a small farm belt, or had a small farm belt around its equator and well-insulated marine life in its seas. By the turn of the century, the Krogan had completely adapted, breeding hundreds of younglings per family in vast underground bunkers. By the turn of the next century, Garvug's narrow strips of coral reef had been destroyed by overfishing and pollutants, and excess Krogan took to the stars to find another planet to consume. Garvug was treated as an object lesson by the Citadel Council. The Krogan could not be trusted to check their own numbers. Today, Garvug is a frozen wasteland, home to corporate... Today, Garvug is a frozen wasteland, home to corporate eco-engineering efforts trying to implement sustainable agri- and aquaculture practices. Krogan and Vorcha packs are a constant threat, and the corporations pay mercenaries well to keep their operations safe. Orbital distance 4 AU, orbital period 6.1 Earth years, radius 6,200 kilometers, day length 27 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.2 Earth atmosphere, surface temperature minus 30 Celsius, 5 at the equator, surface gravity 1 G. Mobius, thank you so much for being here. Portico, thank you for the stretch and posture and hydrate and all of that. And I will do a hat trick for you, Tony. Ooh. Hydrate. It has taken until now, but we're gonna put on a game-appropriate hat. And yeah, there's no Gax pack today, so if everybody else is up for it, I say we try and push through one more hour and raid Amy. Let's go!
Launching probe.
Awesome, Portico, thank you. Been a while since we raided Amy. But Philip is... It's been a while. Philip is off playing Mahjong.
Probe away.
Oh, come on. Be the Ezo spike. Right there. Yeah, that's
Probe
good.
away.
I'm just gonna probe right there. Hit the spot with our probes, right? Come on. Right there, yeah! That's G. Seriously, how many times am I gonna have to probe this planet? The probing. So tired of probing planets. So many probes. Seriously, come on! Why does this game want you to probe so much? literally the most content in the game. Alright. Couple more planets, and then we help Tali. No, there's no planets here. Never mind. We're ready to jump into the Migrant Fleet and help Tali. Unless, let me fly through the suns. Make sure there's nothing that I need to be... Yeah. There's nothing here. Except the Migrant Fleet. Enter orbit. The Migrant Fleet. Probe your boat. Yes. A fleet of 50,000 craft holding over 17 million Quarians, the Migrant Fleet is the largest array of spacefaring vessels in the known galaxy. Though Quarians on pilgrimage have visited most settled worlds in the galaxy, outsiders have ever stepped foot inside the Quarians' ships. Dock. I mean, we got us a Tali. It seems to want us to take Garrus, but... Thane. The cool reptile boy is coming with us. And we're going armed onto the ships of the people who have no immune system.
This is Talizora Vasnima Naraya, requesting permission to dock with the Raya.
Our system has your ship flagged as Cerberus. Verify.
After time adrift among open stars, along tides of light and through shoals of dust, I will return to where I began.
Permission granted. Welcome home, Talizora.
We'd like a security and quarantine team to meet us. Our ship is not clean.
Understood. Approach exterior docking cradle 17.
Captain Shepard, Talizora told me a lot about you. I wish we could be meeting under more pleasant circumstances.
First, Thane's helmet is badass. You can't see it right now, but... Anyway, Captain Shepard.
I never actually reached the rank of captain. Technically, I'm no longer in the Alliance military at all.
You're the commander of the Normandy, responsible for the lives aborted. That entitles you to respect among our people. May you stand between your crew and harm as you lead them through the empty quarters of the stars.
Kila Salai. It's an old ship captain's blessing, Shepard.
Alright. Why is Tali on trial? No.
Tully helped the Normandy's crew out of many difficult situations. I'm here to return the favor.
I understand. As the commander of the vessel she serves on, your voice carries weight. I wish I could do more to help Tali. The trial requires that I be officially neutral.
But why is she on trial?
You need to talk. They're charging you
What
with
is-
bringing active Geth into the fleet as part of a secret project.
What?
That's insane. I never brought active Geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
Yeah, Caden could be watching us. I mean, it's not likely, but could be. You did what? Just why?
Let's deal with that later, Tali. What's our next step, Captain?
Technically, I'm under orders to place Talizora under arrest pending the hearing. So, Tali, you're confined to this ship until this trial is over.
Thank you, Captain.
Preparations got underway as soon as you arrived. The hearing's being held in the Garden Plaza. Good luck.
Hands. First, look at Thane's helmet! Somehow, even with a helmet on, it looks rather reptilian. Anyway. What? man! Welcome in! Hello, Raiders! Thank you all for joining! Oh my gosh, so many things! Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm Rogan. This is the Rogues Gallery, and it's Sunday, so I am playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Zorbaltus, thank you for the follow. Yeah, if anybody here is not already following Mix Harry Ann, you should definitely drop a follow over there. It looks like you were doing art. So how was your stream? I hope everything was good. We're going a little long tonight. Actually, we're usually done by now. We've usually raided over to GaryCon Live for the Gax Pack, but they're not going today, so we're pushing on through to Enthusiami's stream in just a little bit. Ooh, you just made affiliate! Congratulations, and you're making emotes. Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with me here, I stream 4 days a week. On Mondays, I stream something at random from oh, I don't have the spin wheel. Oh, jeez. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna make this work. There. I have a spin wheel. My there, that one. That picks what game we're gonna play next. And that's what it looks like when I spin it. Sorry, I had things all messed up. So yeah, that's Mondays. I'm currently playing Wander Song on Mondays. Wednesdays I stream from the archives and share, old documents from the archives. Saturdays I stream retro games, and we've been playing through the Ultima series. We're currently playing Ultima 5, and Sundays is Mass Effect. So yeah. Anyway, welcome in everybody. We just landed with the Migrant Fleet on the quest to help Tali. So if you're familiar with Mass Effect, that's where we are. This is my first playthrough. We are in the middle of Mass Effect 2. And our official mission as a stream is I have to prove to Caden that I am not actually working for Cerberus. I need him to like me because I like him and I want him to like me. But now, like the last time when we encountered him, he was really mad at us because we were associated with Cerberus. So I have to convince Caden that that he should like us again. But also, I am doing absolutely everything to avoid progressing the plot as long as possible. So, visiting every planet and probing every planet that is available to be probed before doing any of the listed quests. And then doing side quests before main quests. It's how you play the game. So, that is what we've been doing. Alright, I'm gonna hop back in. But welcome everybody, it's good to have you here. We just landed, literally just landed on the Migrant Fleet. So this is my first time here. I don't know what I'm doing.
You should speak with Admiral Vlad. She's waiting for you up ahead. You should speak with Admiral Vlad.
I should save, shouldn't I? I should probably save. I had done one quick save today so far, and we're 3 hours into the stream. Yeah. They really shouldn't be charging Tali with that. Also, you can't see it because we're in the armor, but I bet if I go here you can. Shepard has purple hair and lavender eyes because it's Shepard. Also, when we're on the ship, it's 80s action hero Shepard, but out here it's, lovely green and purple. Green and purple are my favorite colors. And they go well together. I don't care what anybody says.
She's as good as convicted.
Alright. This is good good as convicted. What do you mean she's as good as convicted? There's no way she should be convicted. I will shoot people if they convict her.
Tali Zorobas, Normandy. I am glad you came. I could delay them only so long.
Auntie Ron!
The voice!
Shepherd Vas Normandy, this is Admiral Shalaron Vas Tonbe. She's a friend of my father's. Wait, Ron, you called me Vas Normandy.
I'm afraid I did, Tali. The Admiralty Board moved to have you tried under that name, given your departure from the Nima.
Mix Harry Ann, is Wingspan the board game? If so, yes. I have multiple bird games and I can't remember which is which. But yes, the board game with the animated cards and all the bird facts, yeah, it's and yeah, Shalaron is Shora Agdoshlu, I think is how you say the last name, but I could be way off on the pronunciation. I probably am. But yeah, from The Expanse. I did not know she was in this. I should read what she said, though. Admiralty Board moved to have you tried under that name given your departure from the Nima. Yes, it's really good. I do, like, I love how much it has about all the birds. It's great. I seek out as many bird games as possible. There's a few of them that are out there. You're gonna lose sound again for a second because I'm gonna alt-tab out. There's Owl Boy, which I have not played yet. There's multiple bird games on my wish list. Death's Door, which I don't think I'll be any good at, but you play as a blackbird. Wingspan. A Short Hike is also another bird game that I've looked at that looks really good. But yeah, Death's Door just seemed... I've seen some gameplay of it, and I just think I will be really bad at it, but I will totally play it because it is bird-based. The Falconeer... Tiny Bird Gardens is also... It's a really chill bird-based game. But yeah, Tiny Bird Garden Deluxe I have, and I've played on stream at least once. Yeah, I'm always on the lookout for more bird-based games. I know very little, but I love birds. I wish I had known that I liked birds when I went to college. I'll bear that in mind. Oh, Mixarian, you get points for that. We have pun points here. They're meaningless points that I award for any reason that I want, or just randomly, or that the mods just will throw at people. But puns, they're called pun points, so puns are one way to get points. All right, let's see. Why does the name matter?
I take it being associated with the human ship is a bad sign.
No, Mixarian, don't worry about it. I enjoy having the distract.
Me exiled already.
It's not over yet, Tali. You have friends who still know you as Tali Zorobas Nima. Whatever we must call you legally.
You're an admiral. Does that mean you're one of the judges?
I'm afraid not. My history with Tali and her father forced me to recuse myself.
I imagine father had to do the same.
Honorable.
You'll see inside, Tali. For my part, I moderate and ensure that the rules of protocol are followed, but I have no vote in the judgment.
Alright, let's go in.
I guess we should get started. Does Tali have a defense counselor? Someone who speaks for her side?
Indeed she does, Captain Shepard. She is part of your crew now, recognized by Quarian law. And remember, an accused is always represented by his or her ship's captain.
Oh, so this is all on me. Great!
So, you would actually speak for my defense?
This is a terrible idea. Ponce does not equal points? Oops. I mean, I'm gonna say I'm honored. Why
I'll do
wouldn't
everything in my power
I
to help
speak
you, Tali.
Thank you.
in Tali's
Shepard.
defense?
I could not ask for a better counselor.
Our legal rules are simple. There are no legal tricks or political loopholes for you to worry about. Present the truth as best you can. It will have to be enough. Now come. I promised that I would not delay you.
Alright, I now don the persona of Lord Portico in order to represent Tali in legal proceedings. Lord Portico is a lawyer, not our lawyer. How do you think you would do in a galactic law here, Lord Portico? Are you prepared to represent someone? Consults the rules of space evidence. This is a kangaroo court!
This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this season. Kill us alive.
Kill us alive sounds like a bastardization of keep us alive.
To defend herself against a charge of treason.
Objection! A human has no business at a hearing involving such sensitive military matters.
It's your laws that say I have to be here.
Then you should not have declared Tali crew of the Normandy, Admiral Chorus. By right as Tali's captain, Shepard must stay.
You put me here.
Objection withdrawn.
Shepard was Normandy. Your crew member Tali Zora stands accused of treason. Will you speak for her?
Yes? No, I'm gonna shoot her right here and right now. What's the point? Thankfully we have enough Paragon points.
If it helps Tali, I will. But in her heart, she remains Tali Zora Vas Nima, a proud member of the Migrant Fleet. I regret that our captain is forbidden to stand at her side today.
Nobody has been forbidden from anything. It is a simple...
Lie to them if you must, Zalcoris, but don't lie to me and expect me to stay silent. The human is right.
Admirals, please. Shepard's willingness to represent Tali Zora in this hearing is appreciated. Tali, you're accused of bringing active guests to the Migrant Fleet. What say you?
I'm gonna go with she couldn't.
How could Tali have brought guests to the fleet while serving on the Normandy?
To clarify, Shepard, Tali isn't accused of bringing back entire units, only parts that could spontaneously reactivate.
I would never send active guests to the fleet. Everything I sent was disabled and harmless.
Then explain how Geth seized the lab ship where your father was working.
What?
What are you talking about? What happened?
As far as we can tell, Tali, the Geth have killed everyone on the Alarai.
You bring her for a frickin' trial to tell her father's dead?
Keela.
I really, really, really just wanna... Okay, I'm a little angry at the moment. Going renegade here would not be good for Tali. As much as I want to just pull out my gun and shoot the people. You brought her to put her on trial without even telling her. Failures of due process indeed.
I appreciate the need for this trial, Admirals. But right now, our first concern must be the safety of the Migrant Fleet. The Normandy stands ready to assist in whatever capacity necessary.
Thank you. Quarian strike teams have attempted to retake the ship, so far without success.
Shepard, we have to take back the Alarai.
The safest course would be to simply destroy the ship. But if you are looking for an honorable
Yeah, Mixerian.
death instead of exile,
I'm looking for my father, you bastet!
You intend to retake the Alarai from the Geth? This proposal is extremely dangerous.
With your permission, Admirals, yes. The good of the fleet must come first. And Tali needs to find her father.
Agreed. And if you die on this worthy mission, Tali, we will see that your name is cleared of these charges.
We can discuss that later.
Then it is decided. You will attempt to retake the Alarai. You are hereby given leave to depart the Raya. A shuttle will be waiting at the secondary docking hangar. Be safe, Tali. This hearing will resume upon your return, or upon determination that you have been killed in action.
What a-holes!
Thank you for agreeing to take back the Alarai, Shepard. The Admiral sounds sure that my father is already dead, but I don't know. We won't know anything until we get there.
Should we talk to people? No. Are you all right?
How are you holding up? They just threw a lot of fire at you, even before telling you about your father.
I knew this would be bad, but I guess you're never really prepared to be charged with treason. And my father, I don't know. He could still be alive. They don't know for certain that he's dead. I just don't know, Shepard, and I need to find out.
Is there anyone here you want to talk to before we go?
We can talk with the Admirals. It might help us to see what their viewpoints are. But I doubt we'll change anyone's mind by talking to them privately.
Dr. Doolittle, talk to the animals. Talk to the admirals. My head. Alright, let's just go.
Right.
Go shoot things.
The sooner we get to the Alarai, the sooner we'll know what happened.
Shepard, the secondary docking hangar is through the conclave chamber where you are now. The shuttle they have provided is unarmed.
Understood.
Whatever Geth are on the Alarai have likely built more of themselves. Expect heavy resistance.
Yeah, thanks for that, Trisha Helfer. Emotional deaths, 1.
You set me up, Shala. You told Captain Donna not to say anything? I don't hear that my father may be dead until I'm in the trial? Why?
The Admirals needed to hear the shock in your voice, Tali. Otherwise, they might not have let you try to retake the Alarai. That is your best chance at recovering evidence that can exonerate you. I am sorry. We cannot afford sensitivity, Tali.
Are the judges that set on finding her guilty?
Anything involving the Geth is a live wire, Shepard. But there is still hope. Handgirls greatly respects both you and Tali Zora for stopping Saren. Admiral Koresh sees the whole thing as a war crime and wants to convict. I have no idea what Admiral Zen wants. You should get to the Alarai soon. Is there anything else I can tell you?
Ooh, investigate!
What can you tell us about the Alarai?
Not much, I'm afraid. Real Zora only said that he was researching...
I do like her voice a lot.
He told me only that he needed any Geth parts or pieces I found. I assumed he was testing weapons on Geth components.
We knew nothing until the Alarai sent a distress signal, then went dead. We didn't even know about the Geth until a boarding team was attacked.
You're saying there's no data about the inside of the ship?
That's exactly what I am saying. The Marines who survived and escaped saw bodies in the halls. We must assume the worst.
No, we don't.
There are no smoke and mirrors here, said while vaping in a shiny helmet. Yeah.
How long have you known Tali's family?
Since before Real was an admiral. 25 or 30 years, I'd guess. I was there when Tali was born. Her mother and I had synced up our suits so we could be in the same open-air room.
Oh.
I was sick for a week.
So Tali really matters to you.
I was the one who took Tali from her mother and put her in the bubble. She cried so hard.
I don't understand. You put your children in bubbles?
Environmental units.
Of course.
It's a step between relying on the mother's immune system through nursing and getting a suit of one's own.
The bubbles let parents take their children out of the clean rooms safely. We don't wear suits until adolescence.
There's a celebration when a
They're
child
all
gets
bubble
their first
children.
suit. It's a coming of age.
I'm not hearing much about Rail's involvement in Tally's life.
It's difficult to explain. I shouldn't.
It's all right, Anshala. No secrets between shipmates. I think I told Shepard about my father.
If you say so. Rail was committed to the Quarian cause. That didn't leave him a lot of time for his family. He wanted to give Tali and her mother the home world, or a strong fleet at least. That was how he showed his love.
Yeah, we thought of that.
What kind of evidence will carry weight with the Admirals?
Tali, you admitted to sending Geth parts to your father for his project.
Yes, but never anything that could have come back online on its own. I took every possible precaution.
Then find records of your shipment and experiments. Something that proves you were careful. Something that proves that this is all just a terrible accident that nobody could have foreseen.
There seem to be some other arguments going on among the Admirals.
I think one of the Admirals has to be working for the Geth.
Yes, the Geth's presence makes this a touchy issue. The Admiralty Board is trying to determine whether to focus on colonial development or attempt to retake the home world.
You're thinking of war? With the Geth?
I'm not, Tali, but others are.
I know the Migrant Fleet is formidable, but even you can't take on the Geth.
We grow tired of
I mean, we take them on all the time, so...
We want our world back. We have paid enough for our mistake. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm telling you which way the wind is blowing.
We should move on.
Good luck on the Alarai.
I just love, like, Thane, this quiet presence who looks reptilian even in his helmet.
If anyone can retake the Alarai, Tali Zora can.
Tali, I'm glad Admiral Ran got you leave to hit the Alarai. Hopefully you'll find something that clears your name.
I'm more concerned
I feel like I
with
know that
finding
voice
my father,
too.
Admiral.
I wish you luck. Blow up some Geth on the way. And your Captain Shepard, Admiral Hangarel Vasnima. You got Admiral Corris backing up worse than a Krogan toilet. I'm glad to see Tali's captain knows how to handle a courtroom.
I get the sense you're inclined to believe the defense. I'm glad one of the judges is.
If you were only giving Rail inactive equipment for weapons tests, I've got no problem. We need to test weapons against Geth material. I know you and your father. You put too much of yourselves into this fleet to do anything to jeopardize our safety. And you're both smart enough not to make mistakes like the ones they're saying you made.
Same questions here.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Nothing good. We sent some of our best Marines into that hellhole. Damn few made it back. Whatever Rail was doing, it blew up in his face. Ship is crawling with Geth. Don't go in expecting survivors.
Admiral.
Don't say that to her.
Your friend is on that ship.
I know that, Tali. But if Shala hadn't suggested you might volunteer, we'd already have destroyed the Alarai.
Oh.
That's where we stand.
Got it. We're Tali's father's last
the
chance.
other Admirals? Anything that might help me change their minds about Tali?
The one you didn't recognize, Tali, is Admiral Zen. She's on the fence. She takes fleet safety very seriously. On the other hand, she's always been in favor of studying the Geth. I hope she sees the benefits of Rail's research. Admiral Corris is the same whining suit wetter he always was.
Whining suit wetter?
You disagree with Admiral Corris's policies, I'm guessing. Or
Suppose that would be an insult.
He's a damn Geth apologist. Thinks we were wrong to try to destroy them centuries ago. He wants us to search for new colony possibilities instead of taking back.
Maybe I was right that one of them is working with the Geth.
Geth makes him angry. You don't have much of a chance with him, I'm afraid.
You and Tali's father go back a long ways?
We served together on the gunship Yaska during a bad Batarian raid. We were kids, serving pre-pilgrimage as trainees. Crew of 10, and 6 were dead. Kinetic barriers were down. Rail and I were alone on the bridge, and the Batarians had drawn off a tramp freighter.
Did you save the freighter?
Our ship was under orders to hold position, but Rail looked at me and said, "We're underage. They can't charge us for breaking formation.
So,
we took the helm, I
bending
took weapons,
rules.
and we brought that freighter back. The crew called us heroes. Brass called us idiots. They slapped medals on our suits, then kicked us off to pilgrimage a bit earlier than usual. That's rail for
Basically, Captain Kirk'd it.
It sounds like we're dealing with more politics than just Tali bringing back equipment.
You noticed that, did you?
Not
Tali's father wasn't
unobservant.
just running weapons tests on the Geth for fun. He was looking for something to give us an edge when we attacked the Geth in full-scale war.
I know Father wanted to retake the homeworld someday, but are we that close?
I don't know, kid. We almost had the votes. We just need to give people hope for victory.
I hope the Quarian people find some place to live, Admiral, but it sounds like you're playing with fire.
We're too comfortable now, Shepard. We've got the largest fleet in the galaxy and we just ride around doing nothing.
We might need that fleet to help fight the Reapers.
Indeed.
Then we need a world to shelter our non-combatants while we do it.
Being on a world doesn't seem super safe right now, given what's going on in the galaxy.
Thanks for the information.
Hang in there, kid.
Thank you, Admiral.
Like being in a ship where you can fly around would be a lot safer. Admiral Chorus, the one that doesn't like us.
Judging by your ability to play to a crowd, human, I have done Tali a favor by stripping Vas Nima from her name.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral Zalcorus Vas Quib. Do
Quib
not ask
Quib?
about the name.
I take no pleasure in this, Tali, truly. But you have greatly endangered and dishonored our fleet.
Vas Quib? Really? And he has that stuck-up British... The whole idea of, like, the British upper crust accent being a villain's accent in American media. His name is Vas Quib? Oh, that's hilarious.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Only that you should have let us destroy it. When we find the evidence...
Oh yeah, it's
of
all
what Tali
him.
and her father did there, any hope of convincing the other admirals will...
I did not bring active Geth to the Alarai, Admiral. I know how dangerous that would be. I only brought pieces.
The captured ship with its crew slaughtered by living beings in pain belies your argument.
You have a ship named Quib?
Oh, here we go.
Our people have, during difficult periods, purchased pre-owned vessels from other cultures, and have, on occasion, had difficulty altering the ship's registry information. The citizens of these foreign-named ships have borne the stigma of these names with grace and honor.
He quibbles, arsehole Van Quib.
If it bothers you, maybe you should find another ship.
I've occasionally entertained the idea of requesting a transfer.
I love
Something
it.
with a nice, respectable name, like the Defrons or the Ictomy. But I am proud of the Quib, and I will not flee because of petty insults.
Oh my god. The writers, what a perfect counterpoint. He's an asshole, he's clearly a villain, and they give him the most hilarious little bit. Oh, it's perfection.
What exactly is your problem with my crew member, Admiral?
I respect Tali immensely. Her actions against Sarah are to be lauded. But like her father, she wants nothing but the destruction of the Geth. The people we created, the people we wronged.
The Geth drove us from our homeworld.
Boobot.
Of course they did. We tried to kill them.
Boobot, why? Apparently 6 emotes was too many. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Like, seriously, why? Like, that's gotta be in the default Moobot filters, because I would never have said that 6 emotes was too many. I do 6 emotes all the time. I think it may have been because they were all the same emote. I'm not certain. Because, yeah, like... Yeah, Admiral, what do you think is going on with the... Yeah. Alright, Admiral's infighting.
The other admirals appear to have some disagreements beyond Tali's trial.
You are correct. Tali, I apologize for it being brought into your proceedings. The other admirals are pushing for war. Zora was researching new weapons to use against the Geth. They would see our fleet destroyed in the skies over our homeworld, rather than find a new colony and adapt.
Can the Quarians coexist with the Geth after all your history?
I don't know. We all deserve to find out. They are our children, Shepard. We've all done horrible things to each other, but it has to end. For both groups. That is why I cannot sanction whatever experiments you helped enable, Talizora. I believe this message needs to be sent.
I understand, Admiral. I do not agree with you, but I understand.
We should move on.
Goodbye, Talizora. Be well.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
I don't hate you, Tali. I just think your father's plans for war were wrong.
Tony, I think it's because you're on my regulars list in Moobot, which gives you some relaxation of the default settings. That would be my guess as to why you're not getting...
Shepard spoke well to the admirals. Shepard? How did you get onto the Raya?
Shepard is here to help me with my trial.
Oh yes, I heard about that.
Who's Vitor Nara?
You didn't really do what they said you did.
No, Vitor. I would never endanger the fleet.
Oh, well, good. So, can I help you with anything? I mean, probably not, but you helped me.
I don't remember who this person is. Who is Vitor Nara? I like their voice. Yeah, Mix. I have multiple layers of let's keep the chat safe. So, yeah.
Do you remember anything else about the Collectors? Anything at all?
Nothing new. I'm sorry. Every time I go back to that place in my mind, I...
Vitor,
Yeah.
come back.
Don't go
It's
back
okay.
there, then.
I want to help, but I can't. I didn't see anything, and what I remember...
Don't worry, Vitor.
Yay!
We're going to find the things that did this, and we're going to kill them.
Good. Thank you.
Tali could use some friends right now. Would you be willing to tell the admirals how she helped you?
Normal
I mean, yes, but I already
Thank
did.
you for
They
gifting
came
us up
see
to
me. I
Mixarian!
don't want to talk in a crowd.
Vitor is doing well, but he isn't ready for a public speech just yet.
I talked to them. So did that soldier, Cal Rieger. We both told them about how you helped us. I hope it helped.
I'm sure it did, Vitor. Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Vitor. Not many could have gone through what you did and come out sane.
I know. I didn't. But thank you, Commander. It's only because of your help that I've come this far.
I do, Tony. There's Admiral Zen. Let's talk to Cal Rieger. I really liked this Vitor Nara person. It might just be... I mean, you can't see anything about them, but he had a good voice. Tony! Tony, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, and welcome to Tully Highland and Crafty Becky and Wraith Faye and Simsilica and Bree Danon. Welcome to the Rogues Gallery. Also, Mix Harry Ann, welcome to the Rogues Gallery. Feel free to sneak about and throw daggers at things. Welcome in. Enjoy your emotes. You slipped and fell and hit a weird looking button. I mean, Tony, thank you very much for the sneak attack.
Rieger.
Oh, it's
Shepard,
never expected,
Talizora.
but it's always
Good to see you
appreciated.
both. Wish you were under better circumstances.
What did they get from our readings?
Damnedest things, just like they said. No way the sun on Haystrom should have been acting that way.
So that dark energy theory is right. That's troubling.
Can't really comment on that, ma'am. I just shoot things.
That's our philosophy. We just shoot things.
What are you doing aboard the Raya? It sounds like you gave your report to the Admiralty already.
Well, stayed to argue the charges against Talizora. I've served with her, and she deserves better than what she's getting.
This is
Thanks, Carl.
not a drill.
Facts, ma'am.
A train has entered the Rogues Gallery. Thank you, Key Squared, for the 100 Pride bits. A train is coming through the Rogues Gallery. It is presently a level 2 boost train, which I remember seeing a thing. Apparently, you can sub, gift, or use bits in order to boost this stream, which makes it more discoverable. Oh, Miss Harry Ann, thank you for coming by. Definitely head on out, do your dishes, and charge your phone. Thank you for bringing your community by. I appreciate it very, very much, and I will see you again. And Adventures of Tony has dropped another 5 gift subs. Welcome to the Rogues Gallery, Detective Zen, Resident Bard, Justin for a Drive, Elaki, and Librarian Liz, and then Lord Portico 122 bits. That has destroyed the level 2 boost train. 1100 recommendations so far. Wait, what? We've apparently finished level 3. It is now a level 4 boost train. 10% completed. These boost train things are new. Apparently, doing them boosts you up discoverability. So thank you everybody so much. Wow. Yeah, and thank you. And we're gonna have some actual credits today to look at. So thank you for the hype emotes, Mix. Halrigar is in front of me. I am going to pay. But what did you do? Tony, did you finished out the sub goal? We're at 32 of 30. Oh yeah, and we are now at 4:45 p.m.
Had any luck talking to the Admiralty board?
Which means that pretty soon we'll actually be heading over to Enthusiamy's channel for whatever shenanigans are happening there.
Find evidence to clear your name. They were hesitant.
And we have a hat trick redeemed.
I recommended getting you onto the RI. I hope you can handle it.
You did the right
I know what I'm gonna do.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Miss Harry Ann, for redeeming a hat trick. Hat trick happens on this channel. I don't. Oh, they're still going through. Squared's 100 bits. Just hit. So for the hat trick, I changed my hat to a different hat. I was like, why am I getting all these alert sounds? And it's because the alerts haven't caught up, and I'm so not used to that. So here goes. Say goodbye to this hat, because we now have the lovely large witch's hat. Thank you so much, Mix Harry Ann, for redeeming 500 masks, and forcing me to change my hat. Okay. I should finish this conversation before we have to finish the stream. But, y'all are too much. Thank you so much. Let's see. We had done this one, but I didn't pay any attention to it. So,
What are you doing about
very
the ride?
Snufkin?
It sounds like you
I'll have
gave
to look
your
that up.
report to
I'm
the
not sure.
Admiralty already.
But thank you for stopping by. I will see you later, Mix Harry Ann. And again, if anybody wasn't already following Mix Harry Ann, definitely go and give a follow. Portico, would you drop another shout out, please?
Have you had any luck talking to the Admiralty board?
Admiral Ron asked my opinion about the Geth since I'd fought on Haystrom. She and Admiral Garrel are hoping you'll kill a bunch of Geth to get the crowd on your side, then find evidence to clear your name. They were hesitant, but, well, you didn't have many other options, ma'am. I recommended getting you onto the Alarai. I hope you can handle it.
You did the right thing. Thank you.
Okay.
You said that your mission had something to do with dark energy.
Right. Remember the damn sun on Haystrom? Shorted out everything. Way too much radiation?
Uh-huh.
The sun's getting old. Only it's not. Dark energy. It's reducing the mass of the star's interior. Techs are worried.
Okay.
Do you think the Geth are responsible for what's happening to Haystrom's sun?
Keela, I hope not. If they can screw up a star, our chances in war are even worse than I thought.
I don't think this is the Geth. It would take massive time and resources to affect a star like this deliberately. It's too inefficient to be a weapon, and even the Geth wouldn't destroy a useful star system. Besides, they didn't show up until we
The
did.
Reapers would.
Hope you're right, man. Synthetic bastards are bad enough as it is.
What does that dark energy buildup mean? Is it something we should worry about?
Sorry, Shepard, I don't know what it means. Just that it has the scientists worried.
Hopefully it's isolated, some rare phenomenon. If dark energy can destabilize solar material. Probably not something to worry about now. But resources in this galaxy are scarce enough without stars suddenly going dead.
Some days I think flying around in the fleet without a planet of our own is the right idea.
Hey, we finished, completed through level 3 of the hype train, 11 subs and 222 bits. Thank you all so much! What is 3, 2, 1 liftoff? We're boosting the stream with 1,400 recommendations. Well, we're also close to the end of stream, so 1,400 people are getting recommended that they come and visit my stream. We're gonna have to experiment with this in the future and see if these boost trains happen. I got an email about them, but hadn't really thought much about it.
How have you been, Rieger? You took kind of a beating on Haystrom.
Physical damage wasn't bad. I was down for about a week with infection, though. Figure I got off easy. I don't have to face those admirals.
With your immune systems, it couldn't be easy for Quarians to fight a war. You'd lose more people to
really
infection than
dangerous
injury.
We can't afford a
fight.
frontline attack, that's for sure. Have to fight smart. Ideally from orbit.
We do have stockpiles of antibiotics. It's
Oh,
not as
really?
though
Just here
anyone
for
would
coffee.
die
That's
from a single
awesome.
shot.
No, Shepard's right. You've only seen our strike ops tally. Don't have all the fancy equipment in a frontline fight. Supplies get strained. Things get ugly fast.
Because if that's the case, that means that when we start streaming tomorrow night, it'll still be boosted, and we can hopefully bring people in to enjoy some Wander Song, and maybe they'll even stick around and join us for Barony of Olives after.
We should get going.
Good luck on the Alarai.
Right.
Stay safe out there.
I think there's one more conversation to have, and then we'll probably looking at
Tali Zora, given the
caving.
circumstances, are you certain that speaking to me is appropriate?
I'm looking for information about the Alarai.
That's condescension.
I don't intend to bribe you in the middle of the plaza, Admiral.
Pleasure to meet you, Commander Shepard. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your actions against the Geth.
Is that Marina? I mean, she was in the first game, but as an Asari. Was that Marina Sirtis? As Admiral Zen?
Tali was with me. Saren and the Geth would have destroyed us all without her help.
Your political machinations are transparent, Commander. They are
I don't
also
think it is.
unnecessary. If you and your
The
father
voice
were
sounds
actually
familiar.
experimenting on active Geth subjects, then you are simply idiots. No reason to waste resources on a trial. If not, then this was a tragic accident in the pursuit of a higher cause. Again, no trial is needed to determine that.
Alright, I have to... I must check the ass. It's not. But who is it? I know the voice. Why? Whose voice is it? It's gonna take me a minute to find it. Come on. Who is Admiral Zen? Who is it? It's... I have a better way. Oh! That's who it is. It's Claudia Black. You may know her from, the very last few seasons of Stargate, or from, Farscape.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Little. We detected several communication signatures before the Geth jammed the comm systems. Given the likely networked intelligence requirements for taking over a ship, expect between 10 and 50 units.
Then this can't have anything to do with me. I only sent parts and pieces, and certainly not enough to make that many Geth.
It sounds like your ideas about synthetics are in the minority.
Yes, at least on the Admiralty board, Hangerel sees an enemy that must be crushed. Zalcorus would run away and hide on some new colony world. Shalaran is still undecided. I had thought Rael to be firmly in Han's camp, but if his experiments were on active Geth, perhaps we have ideas in common.
You support experiments on living creatures?
Rael should have felt no more guilt experimenting on Geth than I did while performing surgery on a childhood toy.
The fact that you performed surgery on your childhood toys explains a great deal, Admiral.
The ship travels faster than I can. With the right programming, it can choose locations, even defend itself when attacked. But it is just a machine. It was built for the sole purpose of serving its master, and it can be dismantled whenever its master desires.
If we don't find Rael alive on the Alarai, what do you think will happen?
The power balance will be disrupted. Han loses a vote for his foolish and self-destructive war. That would favor peace then, as Shalaran is too careful to risk her own neck. But if the Admiral
Artificial life form
agrees
ethics.
with me, things could become very exciting.
You support experiments on living creatures?
Rael should have felt no more guilt experimenting on Geth than I did while performing surgery on a childhood toy.
The fact that you performed surgery on your childhood toys
You already
explains
got
a
that
great
conversation
deal,
point.
Admiral.
A ship travels faster than I can. With the right programming, it can choose locations, even defend itself when attacked. But it is just a machine. It was built for the sole purpose of serving its master, and it can be dismantled whenever its master desires.
So the fact that she's voiced by Claudia Black, I'm now going to have to investigate to see if Ben Browder is also a voice in Mass Effect 2, because ever since Farscape, Claudia Black and Ben Browder have basically been in everything together.
Thank you for the information.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Commander.
And so I won't be surprised if I go search and discover that Ben Browder is in Mass Effect 2 somewhere. Right, I think we're supposed to go there. I haven't finished this series, and I own, like, the summation movies. Like, they had a couple of movies after the series to, like, wrap things up. But I don't think I've ever made it past, like, the first season or the second season. I don't know how many seasons there even are. But I really enjoyed Farscape, so I don't know why I never made it. It just never... I don't know, I haven't finished it. I also, like, haven't gotten through all of Babylon 5 yet, either. 450. Don't think it is live yet. And we'll have a few minutes once it does go live. I'm gonna save, and we might just and see what's ahead for us. Whether or not I'm able to save after we peak won't matter. Alright.
Loyalty to the fleet is about more than just killing.
Maybe this is not where we were supposed to go? Oh, shuttle guard over there.
If Talizora is stuck with a human captain, at least it's an eloquent one.
They like the way I talk.
Talizora Vas Nima. Oh, sorry. I mean Vas Normandy.
No offense taken. The change in name was not my choice.
Per Admiral Rand's orders, the shuttle is prepared for you and Captain Shepard Vas Normandy.
Can you tell us anything about what we'll find on the Alarai?
I'm afraid I don't know much. Not many Marines made it back from the initial assault. They talked about massive waves of Geth, though. More than there should have been.
There shouldn't have been any at all.
Right. I mean that they're afraid the Geth are building or repairing more of themselves from materials on the Alarai.
We're ready?
Let's head to the Alarai.
Of course. I'll unlock the shuttle now.
I don't know that we are, but we are. I mean...
Keela Salai.
I swear, Keela Salai is just a bastardization of Keep Us Alive. It's a dialect migration of some sort. Either that or just, you know, I don't know. It just sounds too much like Keep Us Alive. Oh, nice one! Ah, lizardy boyness. Wait, they have frickin' personal cloaks? No, thank you. Since when do they have personal cloaks? I'm not in support of Geth with personal cloaking devices. Do let me know if Enthusiamy's channel goes live.
Something's slowing down the systems. We're taking down the firewalls to rebalance load distribution. Rails are ordered us to bypass standard safeties. Following security protocols will take too long.
Alright, they didn't follow security protocols. Good to know. Drop a save in there real quick. Ooh, that looks like a place we might want to go. Hello, we will hack this terminal. Oh, it's one of these. Code sec. That one. There we go, and got it. 4,200 credits. I will take it. Thank you very much. Repair drone.
This is one of the storage units I sent to Father. Looks like parts from a disabled repair drone, plus a reflex algorithm that I didn't recognize. I got this on Haystrom.
What made a part worth sending back to your father?
It had to be in working order, something that could be analyzed and integrated into other technology. Anything new had priority. Technology the Geth had developed themselves, signs of modification, clues to their thinking.
And?
How did you get these things to your father?
Sometimes I left packages at secure drops in civilized areas. Someone on pilgrimage would see that it was shipped home. For very valuable finds, I'd signal home, and Father would send a small ship.
Haystrom was a war zone. How did you salvage gear in the middle of all that?
These suits have more pockets than you'd think. Quarians have learned how to salvage whatever we can, whenever we can.
How did you fit that in your
Reason.
pocket?
We're not Vorcha, but we repair what most people would throw away. Hundreds of the ships in our fleet were salvaged wrecks, either found dead in space or purchased for next to nothing.
Yeah, that doesn't explain how you fit that big piece of metal in your pocket.
Does that salvaged gear give you a clue as to what happened here?
Quarians figured out pockets.
I don't know.
I know. Quarian women
I passed
get to
up
wear
great
pockets
times because they might be too dangerous, prone to uncontrolled reactivation or self-repair. I don't know which possibility is worse.
They don't remove
That I got
pockets
sloppy
for the
and
sake
said
of the
something
line.
dangerous, or that father actually did all this.
Quarian Hammerspace. Stop. Hammerspace. Another door to open there. There's a log.
Who's running the system diagnostic? I didn't authorize. Oh, Keela. How many get their networked?
All of them. Rail Zora.
Shut it down. Shut everything down. They're in the system.
Well, that doesn't sound good, now does it? Alright. Don't appear to be Geth inside here. Let's hack. I hate these ones. They're so stressful. And they're literally just pattern matching, but my gosh, are these stressful.
This might be useful.
Ooh, Geth shield strength. Oh, I love it when the game saves for you.
We've got trouble.
You've got trouble, my friend. Right here in River City. Trouble with a capital T, and that rhymes with P, and that stands for pool. That was it? That was the trouble?
We locked down navigation. Weapons are offline. Our mistake won't endanger the fleet. They're burning through the door. I don't have much time. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jonah, if you get this, be strong for Daddy. Mommy loves you very much.
Oh, Tony, I hope that your test results are negative. I'm gonna replay that log.
Weapons are offline. Our mistake won't endanger the fleet. They're burning through the door. I don't have much time. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jonah, if you get this, be strong for Daddy. Mommy loves you very much.
Ish. Yeah, I'm seeing that. We may end up going elsewhere if he doesn't come on soon.
Eat this.
Need to regain some health here real quick, and now I will kill you. Give me that icy weapon armor. Yes, icy weapon armor. Anyway, I want the ice bullets. Give me the ice bullets. That went okay. Functional pockets, especially in traditionally feminine clothing, is something you will never stop lobbying for. Yes, I'm glad the Quarians figured that out. Like, why not have pockets? Pockets are super useful. I mean, I understand the societal reasons for not allowing women to have pockets. It was a means of control. Why would they need pockets? They don't have money. Their husband controls all the money. Yeah, bullshit reasons like that. I wouldn't be so, like, super eager. I need to restroom soon. Eventually I'm gonna stop and we'll save and we'll how long is this mission? Does anybody know? Without, like, telling me super much about it. Are we, like, even halfway through it yet?
This console might have something. Most of the data is corrupted, but a few bits are left. They were performing experiments
Totally fine,
on
Portico.
Geth systems, looking for new ways to overcome Geth resistance to reprogramming.
Did you know what kind of tests your father was running?
No, Father just told me to send back any Geth technology I could find that wasn't a direct danger to the fleet. I suspected he might be testing weapons, but I thought he was just working on new ways to bypass shields or armor.
Do you think testing weapons on the Geth was right?
It's not testing weapons on prisoners, Shepard. I only sent Father parts. Even if he assembled them, they wouldn't be sapient. You saw what Saren and Sovereign did with the Geth. Any research that gives us an advantage is important.
Could any of that data clear your name?
Doubtful. This is mostly results data, effects of different disruptive hacking techniques. I don't understand all of it. But they may have been activating the Geth deliberately. I don't know. Nothing here says specifically, but if they were, then Father was doing something terrible. What was all this, Father? You promised you'd build me a house on the homeworld. Was this going to bring us back home?
Maybe it's time for your people to let go of reclaiming your world from the Geth.
You have no idea what it's like. You have a planet to go back to. My
Dear,
home is
I may have said the wrong thing.
away from extinction.
You've got a place here, Tali. Don't throw it away in a war you don't need.
Don't need? Shepard, if I don't wear a helmet in my own home, I die. A single kiss could put me in the hospital.
Ooh, thank you, Portico and Key
Touch
Squared.
a flower with bare fingers. Inhale its fragrance without air filters. You're doing something I can't. Damn the pilgrimage. Without it, I might never have known what I was missing, what we had lost when we lost our homeworld.
Have the Quarians considered colonizing a new world?
We'd have enough difficulty reacclimating to our own native environment. Adjusting for exposure to a foreign colony would be even harder. It's the difference between 60 years and 600.
I
For
geek
anyone
out.
alive now to watch a sunset without a mask, we must take back our home. At the very least, we can take back one ship. Come on.
Oh boy. With that, I think we are going to save mid-mission, which we've done many times before. And we're going to look at heading over to Enthusiamy. Lose that sound. Go ahead and do some other sounds to while we do our credits, which apparently today there need to be credits. Yes, a signal has been spotted. In fact, I just got a notification on my iPad. So let's go to the credits scene here. That happened a while ago. Why is that alert just popping now? I don't understand. Alerts? Anyway, we'll start with, thank you to what Was Not Worth It for subscribing over on Coffee. I do want to say thank you to my mods, and let's see, new followers. Zorbaltus and Nighttime App, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you to Mix Harry Ann for the raid earlier. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you to Lord Portico and Keysquared for cheering your bits. Wow, this is moving really fast. And thank you to Adventures of Tony for gifting a bunch of subs, as well as to Zorbaltus for gifting a sub. Welcome in new subscribers to, and I should and any resubs. I don't know who was a new or a resub or a new sub or a gifted sub, so I'm just gonna thank all of my new subscribers. Detective Zen, Justin for a Drive, Librarian Liz, Breedanon, Simsilica, Elaki, Resident Bard, Tully Highland, Crafty Becky, and Wraith Faye, and Mix Harry Ann. So yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Someday I need to figure out how to slow this roll. It should move much slower than that. I need to play with that a little bit. But thank you all for joining me. We did go for an extra hour and 15 minutes today. But we're going to go ahead and raid over to Enthusi Amy, who is a wonderful streamer and is going to be playing some Stardew Valley. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and you can copy and paste the message there. If you're not a subscriber, it's #RogueRaid and whatever hello emote you want to drop in there. And that would be wonderful if you would drop that raid call in when we get over there to say hello to everybody. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I'm live again tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, where we'll be playing some more Wander Song. We'll be returning to Mass Effect next Sunday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Between then and now, of course, we have Wander Song tomorrow night. Archive stream at 2:30 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, where we'll be looking at some materials from the Blacksburg Community Federation, which was a mutual aid organization. And then Saturday is retro gaming, and at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, we will have more Ultima 5. So hopefully I will see you for one of those in the near future. Thank you again, everybody, for joining me today, and until I see you next, get out there and do some shenanigans.